chalet, mi soleil qu'a levé. Tant di mélodie, musique qui a chanté. Senti un petit vent douce, lever ma chaîne y pied. Senti liberté, ni commencement la journée. La journée. Voyez un petit prière pour l'amour et la paix. Merci pour la vie et voyez un petit café. Sorti un petit kaila, paraît pour commencer. Fais un petit sourire pour commencement la journée. Commencement la journée. Chaque glow pour tes bras si d'eau. C'est les jardins à balayer la cour. Pour ces petits points, pas de travail pour rien, non. Fais ton la vie de cacoa. Yo travail yo, puis on t'y beau. Si est belle, c'est pas vivre comme ça. Mais c'est bon t'es pour la journée. Portez toute hâte là, bon la vie pour laver. Roulez yo assis wash là, et après rester. Ouvez yo assis cahier. Chercher, fallait piler sorte là pendant la journée. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? J'allais d'eau quand t'es bois assis d'eau. C'est que les jardins, balayer la cour. C'était moi, pas de travail pour rien. Jouer coco, petit glow. Allez, ça va, pas courir, mon la cour. Petit yo souple, pour y pas tomber.
Thank God for the day. Thank God for the things that we are able to do. Well, tonight we are live with Ras-Mo, a good friend of mine for many years. Ras-Mo tonight will be speaking to us about his own Lakou. And as we speak about his Lakou, let's ensure that you too, while Ras-Mo speaks to us, that you would be able to identify the things that he would be saying, and from that you can create your own narrative, and if you wish to call, you can call tonight. Okay, so just want to say good evening to you, Ras-Mo. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Joseph.
I know that I would have actually begin an nest. Because if I say Mr., I would expect you to say Mr. too. We have known each other by first names. Ras-Mo, and you normally call me Cecil. So we can stick that way tonight.
We can be casual. Yeah, it's family, it's fun, it's informational, you know.
That's what I want to do tonight. So we can give information and we can just have a nice chat, a nice rap, so that others themselves can understand what we are saying in a simple language. No, Ras-Mo, first thing first, I actually began my program this evening at 6 o'clock by paying homage to our ancestors and to the continent of Africa. I know that you too, you are part of the Rastafari movement. I would like to get your maybe a few words observing this special moment for us. We have been emancipated from since 1st of August 1844. So I think it's only appropriate that I can give you the opportunity to say a few words.
Well, before slavery, we were on our continent, African people living in Africa. And we were taken from West Africa. And ancestors play a major role in our belief system. And even there's a saying that when our people pass on, when they transit, if we call their names, they're with us. And so some deities are ancestors. Some ancestors are deities. And that's in West African spirituality. So I was fortunate to be able to expose to that belief system, and I'll talk about it later. But Rasta came to me in a different direction, you know, coming from the Pan-African perspective, Black Power, you know, but let me talk a little about who I am, what I do, and why I do it. My Lakou, I like the name, you know, I'm from a village, you know, Delis. It's on the southeast coast. And I was born there. There, West African and European cultures blended in a beautiful mixture of music, costume, dance, you know, color during festivities such as the pre-Lenten masquerade, you know, Carnival or Mardi Gras, whichever way, you know it as. People dance ballet, you know, and the square and round dances from Europe, but ballet was the most dominant I knew growing up. And the ballet was done to the accompaniment of drums, and occasionally there'd be jingping bands. So the Chatwells were present. Chatwells are lead singers, and some of them were composers. They created masquerade songs about social and ongoing issues, as well as latest village gossip, you know. Important part of village life was full moon nights, where we did Lawon Balalin. People gathered, and children were allowed to go out to play ring games. Lawon is the round, the circle. It was a lot of fun, roasted corn, you know, and even today I continue to write songs about that experience. In every home, grandparents recounted to their children stories of the mythical and folk characters, you know, including the Sukuya, the Lugao, the Laja Bless, right? Some claim they still inhabit the countryside. Cultural activity was an integral part of daily life. Production of staple crops like cassava, the mayok. In other parts of the world, they call it yucca. It excluded wage labor through a system called coup de main. The French coup de main, coup of the hands. People bring in.
What you're saying is quite interesting, Ras-Mo. But what I want that aspect of the program to do is to go down deep into our yard when we start to speak about the yard. It's of great importance that you would tell us, first of all, your parents, siblings. I know that you have many. The things that your parents would have done differently, that you would have seen maybe here now. Um, and also to speak about your church life, your school life, before we go into the actual yard and what we used to do, because we're going to spend some time on that. So let's start from the very top in terms of your parents.
Okay. My father is from the village of Petit Savan. His mother was a Daru. The Darus are of a lighter shade. And his father was a Moise, African. So that's the mix he brought. There's some Caribbean there somewhere. My mother is from Delis, mainly African. Her father was a Sejan from Botica. So the Sejans of Laplin, Botica are connected, right? That's where my mom comes from. And her mother was of African stock. She was a herbalist. She was a medicine woman. And when I was growing up, the doctor didn't come once a month, maybe every 3/4, every 3 months or something. So she was a resource that helped a lot of people, even with injuries, And that's the environment I grew up in. We had one of the most beautiful gardens, and rich too, because she had all those medicinal herbs. She was like a diviner, because sometimes she'd get up in the morning and go to the bushes and her garden to collect herbs for someone, because she had a dream, and usually these medicines were brought to her through dreams via people who had maybe passed already. So the whole thing of the ancestral link, And she wouldn't know the person was sick, but she got that sort of message. So, healing was in my family through her, So that was the household. She had several children. So I had several uncles, extended family, and aunts. I knew all of them. When I was growing up, there were no other children in the home. I was the only grandchild, so I was spoiled. And so I have an aunt that I was very fond of, Cyrilla. And she took care of me. My mom was a teacher in the early stages of my life. And that was instrumental in helping shape me, because she was an educator. And so most people did subsistence farming, but the cassava, the toloma, and bay oil were sources of income before monocrop economy like bananas, right? So that's my yard.
But also to Ras-Mo, you made mention of your mom having several children. You told us about your dad, but you have not said to us what's the number of your siblings that you would have and where they are and some that nature.
My dad legally claimed 30 children. So I have 29 siblings. By my dad. My mom had 3 of us. So, interestingly, I'm in contact with most of my brothers and sisters, paternal brothers and sisters. There's WhatsApp, so we share information, support each other. in whatever way we can, you know, as though we came from one household, you know. But also, I have brothers and sisters from St. Joseph, about 5 of them. I could go there anytime, you know, and several of my other brothers and sisters from Portsmouth and so used to go there, you know, spend time with the mom of the children in St. Joseph, you know. Dean, who is Nuru, now lives in Jersey. Nuru, yeah. There's Don really. Don is Nuru. There's Dean. Dean has a business in Roseau and St. Joseph. He rents tents and other stuff for parties and wedding ceremonies and that type of stuff. So, and there's Donalyn in New Jersey. D, you know, 29 siblings is a lot to talk about. So I can just give numbers and, you know, but, and if something specific needs to be talked about, I can bring it up. But it's a lot. I mean, I'm telling you, we're united, care for each other, and reach out to each other. You know, we all have children. You know, I have 4 children. I'm a father of 4. I have many nieces and nephews. And nieces and nephews span everywhere from, you know, lawyers to doctors to, you know, my brothers are constructors, you know, construction. Jeff from Maho, you know, he's in New York. Frank in St. Martin. Mechanical engineer, you know, does welding and fabrication. Runs a business up there. So I was born in Delis, and Delis is the only thing between Delis and Petit Savan is the Point Millard Estate. And so I spent a lot of time with my mom, with my aunt there. She was an Eli, married to an Eli. She had a shop, so.
No, let me find out from you, Ras-Mo. In that growing up, church and school would have helped in shaping your life. Help us to have an understanding between church and that of school.
Oh man, okay. I grew up in the Catholic Church, you know. I did some acolyte stint. But in Delis, there was no electricity, right? So many of us went to one woman called Mary Didier. Long ago, there was a Didier that was a minister of government in the Labour Party, his sister. And she taught us catechism. Man, you had to memorize this booklet, man, from the first to the last page, because it's questions and answers. So it was a test for you to do your first communion, you know. So you learned Catholicism. And during the Lent, there's the Way of the Cross. They at least had a chapel. I think David blowed it down. But every night, you had to go to the Way of the Cross and recite those things, you know. The different stations. I don't remember how many stations. But every stop, you know, you say a prayer and that type of stuff. So it's almost like dramatizing the path. It's said that Jesus took carrying that cross. So, of course, you can see the literacy part of it because you have to read, right, and memorize and so. So that helped, you know. That played a part in my life.
Being an acolyte, I know that you would have had to do certain rituals for the church. So you help us.
I didn't do that in Delis, but I did it in Trafalgar. I lived in Trafalgar for a while because my mom taught there. So, yeah.
So Ras-Mo, okay, so that is it about church. But did the church help to influence your spiritual backing, especially knowing now that you have a little belief or some belief, or if not a lot of belief in Rastafari.
Okay, the church influenced me religiously, not spiritually. My spiritual belief is based, like I said, on West African. My ancestors, that's why I'm a drummer, and so there's a difference between religion and spirituality. Morally, it helped me, live a life, that one didn't want to offend, the creator or elders, that type of stuff, so, but, so I was religious up to a point, and then came Black Power, Black God, Africa, African culture. And I moved towards that. And later on in life, I was fortunate to go to Canada to work. And man, I landed among some interesting people, native people. My closest friend in Toronto, or one of my closest friends, is Franklin George from Roseau, Ras-Mo, and his wife is native. And man, I've been blessed in so many ways. I got to teach at an all nations summer school program, theater program. So, from the people who they call Eskimos to most of the tribes, they were young people from there. I learned a whole lot from these young people and the adults which were there. And, native spirituality. Again, the drums play a role, the powwow, before coming here, I was in Toronto for 2 weeks doing a recording vocals for my new album to be released in October. And I attended a powwow. It's a positive experience, uplifting, It's like Nyabingi, And being a drummer, I got to work throughout the Caribbean, mainly in 5 islands: Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Grenada, Barbados, and Antigua. And in the south, Grenada, they're close to Trinidad, where Shango is present. You might have heard of Shango Baptist, right? So it's the same thing. They check the deities, the drums play a part, people get, messages, the ancestors talk to them, they speak in tongues, like happens in the Pentecostal church. I saw that in Dalis. I saw people speak in tongues in the Pentecostal church. I didn't know or understand it until I got to travel to these islands. And then I did a course in Jamaica at the Caribbean Popular Theatre Exchange. That was a special experience because it was based on the African spiritual, retention of African spirituality in the Caribbean, especially Jamaica. So I was Rasta, so I was a little stubborn. I wasn't totally open. I didn't participate fully, but I observed. As I got older, I got wiser. If I had known and understood the thing to the fullest, I would have participated and experienced it to the fullness. But man, it was, like Pocomania, Etu, the whole 9 yards. We went to the church, the different gatherings. And so I understand how African-based ritual works in the diaspora among these people. So that's what later shaped me spiritually, because I could connect those things. The drumming, man, I grew up, man, like I said,
before
in
we go
daily.
into the drumming, Ras-Mo, I want to get a little bit of the educational aspect, the school, primary school, preschool, primary school, and then I want us to take shape of the yard, the things that you would have done in the yard. before you would have even found yourself into Roseau, maybe into Trafalgar. You know, we will come
So,
to the.
so this the village was my yard. When they say it takes a village to raise a child, I experienced that. I lived it. So where I was talking earlier on about the Kudme, okay, that was my yard. Listen, we didn't have pipe-borne water, so we got to go to the spring, right? On your way to the spring, you have to pass the Toloma Mill, where you have to pick up a bucket of Toloma mash to take to the spring so the women can squeeze it and get the starch out, and they dry it to make Toloma, right? That was my yard. Everybody did that. And you know, sometimes people have conflict. Who mother daughter talking to who and what and what and what. You know that thing? But you couldn't walk past. You couldn't walk past that Toloma. You had to contribute. All right? And so that was my yard. The drumming is an integral part of that. Because producing the finished product was a lot of work. And the drumming made life easier. The drumming happened. Tibwa. Okay. Later on in life, I fulfilled a dream by producing a documentary, a mini documentary called Tibwa. And man, in the mill, he was singing. Men and women working together. Okay, women scraping the cassava, washing it, and the men are grinding it. And there's a bamboo pole, all right, and a wheel is attached to it, right? And it's so by right, and that bamboo pole is a pedal. And there's one other piece of bamboo, and men sit at it and play it with the sticks. And that is like the rhythm for doing it. So I did a documentary on that. Okay. But there was food and coffee and, you know, everything that makes life fun and makes work easier happened there. So that was my yard, you know. It's the usual thing, you know, my people shared everything. People shared everything. Because everybody grew stuff, so sometimes they have the same stuff, but somebody always has excess of something. So they shared, you know. Close to my house was a bakery where my sister, Joan Moyes, her mom baked, you know, and I remember the first time I received a freshly baked, you know, like a Mastiff with my initials on it. I was happy, man, you know, I felt good, I felt cared for. And that's the way it was. Everybody was, you didn't call them auntie, you know, like they do in Africa, but they were your aunties and your uncles. And you couldn't misbehave in public because you'll get scolded, you know. And everyone looked out for you and made sure that you walk on the straight path. So it's not just a Lakou, it's a village. You know, and the village is the Lakou. It's different from the urban setting. You feel safe. You feel secure. You know, and you're protected. You're protected from too much. Because when I came to Roseau, you know, I was vulnerable because I didn't know, you know, of all the trickery and, you know, the...
So what was this schooling like in terms of you at Daly's primary school and you at maybe Daly's preschool or something of that nature? What was the life like?
Man, I loved education, right? Like I said, my mother was a teacher. So I'm born in April. Remember, the school year starts in September. But she got me in there when she was teaching. She got me in there in April. And so I was confident, I was loved, you know. She had to be early every day, so sometimes students would walk me to school, hold my hands, you know, the older girls. So I felt loved, man, just cared for. And we sang. In my later years, we had to speak standard English though in school. You know, you couldn't speak informal English, colloquial English. You know, you couldn't do that. And but something unfortunate happened.
Even if you come from the other side of the country, the country area which we consider those days, we wouldn't say rural areas, we were saying country areas, where many other communities, Dalis, Lapley, in those areas would have been speaking Creole. That still not influence you all speaking Creole in the schoolyard?
Those La Roche and Victoria, Dalis, Carib, these kids didn't speak. You know, maybe a few, but most Dalis, you know, ask anybody from Dalis who went to school in my time. And then the unfortunate thing that happened is that my mother left and she moved to Trafalgar to teach in Trafalgar, to work in Trafalgar. And during that time, she had my sister. She got pregnant. She got kicked out of the service.
We said that last week. As a matter of fact, last week, Mr. Lebron, former teacher of St. Mary's Academy, gave us the same experience of his mom, who was a teacher, and got pregnant and had to leave the school, as you use the term, kicked off from the school. And you're saying that same situation happened to your mom?
Man, and I never knew that about him. You know, he's my brother. You know, I mean, we have similar experiences. You know, because in my moving from the country to Roseau, it's like migration.
But before you go into moving to the country,
yeah,
I want to know what the experience was like having your mom now being kicked off from school after being pregnant.
Okay, this is what happened. My mom says, Dezo, I'm going to take you out in school. I'll take you away from school. I'll teach you at home. So from the age of 9, I was thoughtful until I was ready to do the common entrance. And she put me back in school. And I did the common entrance and ended up in grammar school.
So before you go to grammar school, your mom, you said, taught at Trafalgar.
I was home, yeah.
No, because I suspect that you first came and then your mother became a teacher.
No. Yeah. I think, I don't know what happened first, whether she was a teacher before I was born. She was a teacher. But at that time, nobody complained about it, you know. So the grounds for those who complained was like, you know, she think he's a mother or father. You know, like she just doing this immoral thing in the public service, you know, it's not right for, you know. And so Trafalgar was a good experience. Again,
so she had to leave Dalis. She went to Trafalgar. That's when she became pregnant?
Yeah.
So when she arrived in Trafalgar, she became pregnant.
Yeah.
But fortunately, she had you before, and the community apparently was not speaking. They kept it to themselves. Is that what you're saying to us?
No.
I
don't know how, I can't say what the experience was for her and the community.
Mm-hmm.
But after what I learned, right, as a child from that experience is that and I talked to people. There were teachers who left Dominica during, let's say, the summer break or whenever, to go to Barbados, to have a baby, leave the baby for adoption or to be taken care of by a friend or family member and return to the service. That's how it was at the time. Sexism. At the same time, men in the education department were getting, you know, other women pregnant. But that didn't apply to the men. You know, it's just, you know. So
we can say sex was a taboo then?
Huh?
We can say that sex was a taboo.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's, yeah. You know, so
your mom taught you at home. She gave you your classes at home.
Yeah.
You sat the common entrance, that's what it was called.
And
then.
I didn't get a scholarship, but I passed with flying colors.
Okay, so you passed, and you went to the Dominica Grammar School.
Yeah.
No, I would like to get your experience. First time, I want to use the colloquial term deliberately. Bache in a truck, because you didn't use a van or bus to come to Roseau.
Listen, man. It was torture. It was torture.
Sorry. I use the word bache.
It's
Because
not.
we know bache is a torture.
Huh?
I didn't want to say that you travel.
It's not the
from
bache
James-
that's the torture. It's the riding a 1 ton or a 3 ton truck, sitting on a hardboard bench, and it's overpacked. It might say 22 passengers, but or whatever it says, 12 passengers, but nobody observed the rules, and then you smelling that smoke from the gas and stuff. Children got sick, land sick, because it was a bad experience.
Road bad,
Right. So
long distance,
mhm.
and at that time, you did not have the kind of road network that you now have.
No, man. In Dailies, okay, from one hamlet to the other, going from Carib to Dailies, you have what they call skidding truck. Even the Point Miller to Dailies road, it wasn't, very good. So the people who had Land Rovers would put chains on it, like they do in North America, where you put chains to drive in the snow. And then the mud, those chains dig on the mud. And then later, it was made it dangerous for driving, because, the sliding and all that stuff. So the conditions were bad.
So now you having to come to Roseau. You having to come to Roseau on that truck. How long would it take you to get to Roseau?
Forever.
Forever.
The only word. Forever is the only word, because my people, Dailies people, man, had to go through misery to come to Roseau.
I like the Creole term.
Which one?
My people, my Dailies people had to see misery to get to Roseau.
Okay.
When you say misery, it sounds just misery.
It's hard.
When you say misery, you can literally see the cry. You can literally see the aching bodies, and people wishing to reach in tongue.
Right.
There's a misery to get to Roseau.
Yeah. Singwala Williams, right, is my cousin. We grew up in the same home, like brother and sister. And one story she always recounts that our grandmother told was carrying stuff through Péditon, right, to go down to by Geneva there, Grand Bay, right? Man, that's going up mountain and trodding, carrying whatever you're carrying, right? And taking off her shoes to put on top of her load, so when she reaches, she can dress, right? And look presentable with shoes on her feet. And it was a tough life. So
what was your experience now when that misery that you went through to get to Roseau? When you first saw Roseau, what was your expression?
Ah, man. Roseau at that time, my mother, not my mother, one of my aunts was a domestic helper, So you had the class thing in Roseau, and we had to store our things at those people's home until the truck ready to go up and stuff. And so I seen the lower class couldn't enter the front door of the upper class. You know about that, right? So I seen, that type of thing where, the front door is for family members and the official is for the upper class.
You're making a good point, in reference to the the situation in Roseau, because I remember speaking to the former Speaker of the House, Alex Boyd Knight, who said that she said it live on radio that she was a bastard child, meaning that she was an outside child, and she had to pass the back gate to get to her father's premises.
Yeah, and not too long, I mean, like after Conrad Cyrus, right? After his death, his daughters had to fight to inherit his stuff, because one particular daughter who was upper class, said they were bastards. They weren't legitimate children. So you illegitimate. That kind of nonsense, man. So it's and that can take us to a whole discussion on power and oppression, right?
And that's important that we can discuss that. I think we have the opportunity to discuss that, Ras-Mo, because the way I can see your physical appearance, and I'm sure people who are actually looking at the cameras or at the screen will see the hurt in you actually giving that story. So I think it's important that even the present generation have an understanding of what you're saying. Because some people might be saying, what? People not passing in the front door? Did that ever exist in Dominica? But that's not long ago, Ras-Mo.
Man, I'm talking about Roseau there. I won't call names because, people will get hurt. But that's a reality. That's a reality. And and it's not any particular family. It's just something. That was the general practice. And so I'm saying that to say that oppression is real and class is a form of oppression, right? And so the way we do it, talking about going back to the religious thing, when I was growing up, Catholic was dominant, right? The kids who were in religious houses that weren't Catholic, they used to call them Ticochon sans baptême.
Ticochon sans baptême. Little goats, Ticochon, little pigs without baptism.
Because you're not baptized, you're not and it's not baptism,
Christened.
It's christened. You're not christened. And so they're going back to colonialism, the whole thing of being christened. Ticochon sans baptême. That means you totally, I'm driving through Point Michel 2 nights ago. And this guy is on a microphone on the roadside and saying, if you do not know Jesus Christ, your life is nothing. You're worth nothing. And I'm saying to myself, and someone who was with me, you hear that? He exalting himself to feel better. But the same thing happens. So people who experience it in different ways pass it on.
So even the church itself, as you're saying, Ras-Mo, I also understood that in the church, as a fact, I should say that Mr. Libran made mention to me of his grandmother, who gave him a story because his grandmother came from La Plaine. And one day they went to church, and the church was filled with people, and his auntie, not his grandmother, but his auntie went, and she sat on one of the pew belonging to the Miller Twist of Roseau, and she was asked to get up. And she left the church and never came back.
Because you see, at that time, they paid dues. So you pay, like you rent you paid monthly or whatever, or annual dues for your seat. So when you come on the date full, that bench is yours, and anybody you don't approve has to get up. That's how it was.
You say in the church?
Yeah.
And the church was talking about justice, the church was talking about heaven, the church was talking about God.
Yeah, but not justice. Jesus. Not justice.
Isn't the Jesus we speak about justice?
You talking for yourself, but you ain't talking for the church.
No, Ras-Mo.
The church approved slavery. Where's the justice? Where's the justice? It approved slavery. Okay? So there's no justice there.
So we are talking
Slaves,
about...
be obedient to your masters. It's in there, And the Bible they were using there is called the slave Bible. We call it the King James. But that's what they call
Wow.
it, you know. Do you know that?
No, I'm not learning
It's
that.
a fact.
So the King James Version Bible, as we normally call it, was the Bible of the church that belongs
It's
to the slave
called
masters.
the slave Bible. So in other words, it gave...
Is that
it wa-
blasphemy or is that reality?
It is instruction on the slaves on how to be. Serve that white God. Okay? Do this, do that. Be obedient to your masters.
Why would the Bible say do not kill? Thou shalt not kill. And we were being killed.
So, I mean, like, so, and I'm saying that because, you see, we've grown in many ways. But today in society, we have to look at power, right? And some of us are in powerful positions. And every one of us has power. Adults have power over children. Still, some of them abuse. Some as parents, but others as predators. Right? Children cannot give consent. But sexual abuse is in our society. Okay? I worked for 3 weeks with children from Roseau Central. On Friday, they did their final presentation. You know what they chose as the topic they wanted to explore? They wanted to explore violence against women. And they say in their colloquial English, too many girls and women are suffering. And they're talking about recent events in Portsmouth and elsewhere, and the kidnapping of that was the most popular event, right? So they chose that. Men continue to take advantage of their male status because sexism is real, patriarchy is real. People still saying the first son have to inherit. You understand? I mean, like, those things still exist in a 2023, a 21st century society. You know? But our children, let me tell you, I'm talking about 7 to 12-year-olds, you know. 7 to 12. I do a lot of work against domestic violence and violence against women. Honestly, I wasn't in the room when they chose it. They are aware. They are watching us. They're watching us. And some people are doing good work because those kids, they had some knowledge about different types of abuse. So what I'm saying is that a lot of work needs to be done, a lot of self-examination by institutions and by individuals as to how we handle our power, how we treat other people. We need to get in touch with our humanity. You know, and at the Mills in Dailies, that's what happened. We got in touch with our humanity. Everybody was helping and chipping in, and the work was made easier. It was done.
So I want to get the story of Ras-Mo coming to Roseau for the first time. I have not gotten that experience.
Okay, let me tell you. Okay, Roseau. Well, it was strange to me. I mean, I'd been to Roseau before, you know, but I wasn't living in Roseau.
Okay, so then let's hold that thought. Give me your first experience coming to Roseau.
I don't remember it.
You don't remember it at all?
The truck thing is a thing, you know, and
traumatize you then?
Huh?
The truck experience traumatize you?
No. It was just uncomfortable. The same way I had to get up for a big person to sit down. Sometimes somebody put you to sit down on their lap, you know. That type of stuff. Because people were nice. It's Dailies, man, you know. What time
you had to get up in the morning?
Bossa, let me tell you, third cock. You know what that is? When the third cock crow.
3 o'clock in the morning?
No. Apparently, with no electricity, you don't have lights. So, those chickens, roosters are sensitive to light. So, as it's nearing daylight, so they crow at different times. So, that was the signal. Honestly. Ask any Jehovah. Right? And remember, it was I didn't do the Shime later thing. That was for generations before me. But they did Shime later. Grand Fond, 2 loader, and then down. And when they reach Bafeste, they say Jean over Wive.
Moon over Wive.
Yeah. So,
like the song Shime Wive over.
Right.
Shime Wive over.
Anou hele hooray, anou hele bravo, anou hele hooray, hooray, Shime Wive over. And you repeat that, right? So it's.
No. I like it from you. Just say it again. I like
Anou hele hooray, anou hele bravo, anou hele hooray, hooray, Shime Wive over. Anou hele hooray, anou hele bravo, anou hele hooray, hooray, Shime Wive over.
Listen, man, and that is not so many years ago.
No, and so, but the thing about it, we have a tendency to forget. So as the director for Movement for Cultural Awareness, I say, not just this song, but this experience, I had to bring to the younger people. And so we did what we call participatory research. They went into the community and spoke to the people, and the people talked their experience. Right? And we did that play, and we did the Lapland riots. And there are several stories.
In reference to taxes?
Right. No taxation without representation.
No taxation without representation.
Right. And people are linked, People are linked to their people, their families are linked to it, And it's a story I always heard. My grandmother always repeated that story about Malabat leaving Delhi with a mash pillow. Them guys have free offers and all kind of rifles, right? They're on battleship. You go into Lapland, they broke a leg. People were serious, But it's I'm laughing, but that's how it was at that time. And so Lapland people had a tendency to be conservative, and it's not my village, but it's my district, it's my constituency, Delhi, Lapland is my family. So I just thought, let's talk about who we really are.
That's an interesting story that you're giving us in terms of looking at the building of roads to connect and people saying that they are not in agreement to pay taxes without representation.
Okay, but that song has nothing to do because remember that was during colonial time,
Yes.
So they were fighting the colonial powers. People were losing because you see all those rivers you have to cross, right? And people cannot wait because you remember going Rosa to return, right? So you cannot wait for the river to subside. So they're fording the river and risking it. So people getting hurt, in the process. And you don't have ambulances.
You see, Ras-Mo, you may be saying this thing and maybe not taking it in because it's an experience from your community that you are talking about. But there are many people out there who are trying to wonder that people had to cross rivers and valleys, hills and mountains to get to Roseau. I mean, help us have a good understanding.
And people, like I said, the humanity piece, people would host you in their homes, right? So they would rest the family for the night until they're ready to leave to walk. So because they're closer to Grand Fond, right? Or they'd maybe sleep in Grand Fond and do the loader trek to get to Roseau, that type of stuff. So people supported each other in that time, The people were less selfish than we are today.
I remember I did that trail in Loda. I did it from Loda to get to Grand Fond. It took me just a little over 2 hours.
Yeah.
So I can and when I did it when I did that trail, I was like, wow, you mean these people had to know that trail in and out, because there are valleys, you have to go up mountains, and it is very steep, less than 3 feet wide, if all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then having to carry
And then it's slippery when it rains, and that's high terrain area. So it's
these people had to go through this.
huh?
They had to go through this.
Yeah. How else? You're gonna take a boat on the Atlantic? You don't have motor, you sail. I mean, like, that was the reality. So, I mean,
Emancipation is 189 years old. All right, not long ago, and we're talking of most recent, less than 70 years.
and we have to realize, in terms of colonialism, we are a neglected country.
Are you saying that we were bastard child at that time?
But listen, how many planters lived in Dominica? They were in Barbados, Jamaica, okay, Trinidad, okay? They didn't live here. This is a tough country,
They
So-
only gave orders.
Huh?
They only gave orders.
It's called absenteeism. You run your business, but
So so the British administrators had to put a governor.
and the estates had to have overseers. So, yeah, that is the reality.
You said that like a relief.
Yeah, because it's listen, that's my family, that's my life story too,
No.
My mother's family. We're talking about the Lakou. My mother's entire family was born, except for one, the first child was born on an estate. My grandfather was an overseer. He was literate. So you see where the power comes from. Just literacy puts you in a position of power. You can keep records, timekeeping, that type of stuff, right? So people can maneuver your power, they can do whatever they want in that type of a way. That's what I'm saying is, look at your position, wherever you are, in the church, in the club, wherever you are, and how you treat people based on the power that you hold as a man in society, as an able-bodied person, when you go in for a service, how do you treat the disabled people who are in line with you? Take advantage of your ability, or you help them. You know what I mean? So I mean, like, it's
So Ras-Mo, you now come to town, going to school. People are now who are not members of the family have to pass the back gate. They just cannot pass the front gate. People in the bank had to be high collared. People with the best jobs had to be high collared.
and have a surname.
How did you know made it at school and this?
Man, I have a personal story with that. And Adams would know the character I'm talking about. So, I told you I was in school early, right? My first week or so in school, right? Man, I'm not 5 yet. I'm there early, right? Recess, so it's a break, right? You break for...
Dailies.
Right. Man, I almost 5, but I'm not 5 yet. So, everybody going to their class, but I don't understand this. That's my first week in school. I'm looking for my mother. She's there somewhere. This principal comes with a whip, man. And the man hit me one thing across my back, man. That was brutal, my brother. That was brutal. I come down to school, right? I come down to school in Roseau. I'm in first form. And this man is standing in front of my class teaching me English. I cannot learn. I cannot focus. And one thing I learned from my mother is how to write. That's why I'm a writer. I'm nervous. That's my first traumatic experience. Is to revisit Mr. in front of me in power over me as a teacher. You know, and but I had, you see that time I spent just being.
I just see you duck.
Yeah, it's pain, Cecil.
And I need you to express that type of pain, because if you don't express that pain, you might maybe hold it on your heart for a very long time.
Listen,
it's an opportunity for you to express that pain, and I think Adam is here with us too.
he been through it. He went to grammar school, and that same teacher abused him verbally. So he know who.
Yes, Adam. He said that you know.
Huh?
Adam.
We don't have to call name, you know. We don't have to call name. You know,
Listen,
my
Adam,
brother.
I mean, help us. Help us. We have a discussion.
Ras-Mo put me on the spot.
Yeah, because I mean, like, it's healing time, you know, my brother. It's healing time.
But I must tell you, I learned quite a bit from him, eh? I learned quite a bit from him. He was my literature teacher.
Okay.
Was it an Englishman, a white teacher?
My English teacher. No, it's a black man. He's a black man. He's
Man
a
from
black
Grand Bay.
He's a man from Grand Bay.
Oh, so if you say all of that, I mean, come on.
No, we're not going to call his name.
No, man, it's not good, man.
He's alive, right?
No, he's dead.
no.
He's dead.
So
He's dead.
nothing
He's dead.
But it don't make sense. You know, the man have family, children, you
I'm
know.
going to call his name.
Yeah.
We're going to keep our secret.
But like he said, he learned a lot. I mean, like, you know, but if you in my position, you know, it's like, again, once, because, man, I can write, and I learned to write, you know, and my next year I had a story published. He wasn't teaching me anymore. I had a short story published in The Star.
What was your experience with him on that set day that you said that he was in front of you and you were really...
I couldn't focus. I was just afraid. My mother in Delhi's, you know, because you staying by your auntie or somebody putting you up. You know what I mean? So...
Yeah, when you're in Roseau, especially when you come from the country, Ras-Mo, you have to board and lodge. You have to stay by somebody because you couldn't travel.
Mm-hmm.
So you come from the Dailies, you have to stay in Roseau until probably summer when you go back up.
It's like as if you were living, like as if you left Dominica
and went overseas.
And go to China to
That's
study.
why I tell you, it's like migration. So in terms of the Lakou, for me, I had to assimilate. Now remember those years I'm not in school. I don't learn football. I don't learn cricket, right? We didn't have basketball, right? But in Delhi's, right? So I didn't learn that type of socialization. I miss a whole lot of stuff. You know, how to make brick, you know, is in school you learn. Right.
So Ras, you came to the grammar school, and you know you had, at that time you had school dances, you know, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to go and make your break.
So my brother, that was an experience, because I live in Goodwill. When I go and kick a ball, them and telling me my toes still have mud from Dailies.
That's like telling your country bookie.
Yeah.
All right.
That is, they know to tell you that your country bookie.
All right. So, you know, but remember, I grew up with the T-boy in the cassava mill. You know what I mean? And I held on to a drum, man. I held on to the drum.
So Ras-Mo, what about the other students in grammar school? We know that quite a number of students came from outside of town, outside of Roseau. At that time, Roseau was town. Outside of Roseau, what did the students of Roseau did to you all to traumatize you all at that time?
Okay. I sought protection. And it's not among students alone, just to understand and learn Roseau. I decided to assimilate, right? So I found friendships outside the school circle. So I'd take my books, go to grammar school, study in the night, and then stop on, You know where boys and them used to practice?
You're talking about Four Corners.
Not for Corners itself.
Marlborough Street?
The other one, yeah.
Is Great Marlborough Street?
By the Josephs. Where Alan John Baptist's wife grew up and
well,
thing.
that's Great Marlborough Street.
Right.
Yeah, Great Marlborough Street.
Paris William.
Yes,
okay,
yeah,
right. So, Roseau had what they call gangs, but it's not really gangs. It was carnival groups, right? They call them carnival gangs. And my mother, after a couple of years, came down to work with a construction company, Boak.
At that time, she's no longer a teacher.
Doing the books, yeah. You know, so during the years she was teaching me, she was working, doing books for like estates and that type of stuff, right? And timekeeping, that kind of work. And she was socially active. The same church, the same thing. She organized Social League for Catholic Women. So that environment, I learned a whole lot of stuff because they were keeping minutes and meetings. So I get socialized into, organizational development, that type of stuff. Right in my house, So so several benefits came out of that experience with my mother. It's not all dark. And then the writing, man. She encouraged me. I read, and I wrote, And it's done a lot for me, man. And I try to give that to children.
At that time, your father as a police officer, what role did he play now? Knowing all of this suffering that you would have gone through in the process of educating yourself.
My father come to my rescue one time. Right? I went to a Black Power demonstration at Dominica Mining in Canefield. Right?
Boak.
No, it's not Boak, Dominica Mining.
Dominica Mining.
It was a Canadian company. Right? And he, man, I used to be bullied too, man. I don't know, them man used to, there's some, Goodwill had some bad boys, man. They used to pick on me. David, Sandy.
I know. David's in Canada, right?
His brother, the musician.
Peter.
Peter is in Canada. And another one, Franklin from Fokole. Franklin, I think he's alive, Man, David just used to...
Punch you.
I was a lavabo.
I love I didn't hear that word, boy. You were a lavabo.
I was a lavabo. So, I never learned to fight because, in school you're learning them things. Remember, I do, like I tell you, a whole lot of the male socialization thing, I didn't learn it. So, boy, Mr. What somehow was there. Once the man make eye contact, I know, man, I'm in trouble. So I'm talking about from down there, Sunset Terrace, 7-Eleven, where 7-Eleven was after that. I ran, and the man chased me, and he chased me, and he never stopped chasing me. When I reached by Public Works, Baba Richards and them parents, when I reached there, I see a door open. I tell you, I ran that whole thing, and he's chasing me.
That's almost a mile,
That's for the man to pong me, I see a door open. Man, I just run inside that door. I don't know what he do. I never saw him again. Guess what happened? Who in that house? It's a white woman. So she calls my father at the police station. My father walks in and says, so you come from a Black Power demonstration and a white woman saved you.
I like that. Papa Mo is a smart. I said Papa Mo is Mr. Mo is a smart.
He was a comedian too, All in the cut, the man.
I can hear him say it. I can hear him.
Right. He had a sense of humor, and a laugh. Yeah, but so I just remember that well because they called him, but he wasn't really into my life, He taught me some lessons, even from negative experiences. When I was in 4th form, I go to my father in the police station. I said, Dad, I want to do, GC, them teachers saying, Ras-Mo, them time free GC, you get in a job, And I say, okay, Adams, right? English, history, commerce. I say, boy, I going through that, These teachers tell me, you'll pass. So I say, Dad, 3 subjects. Next year, the school will pay. You don't pay in grammar school. You don't pay for the subjects. When you do it, you're in free form because the school approves it. My father tell me he don't have money. Man, that was such a disappointment. That was, I'm thinking he can borrow, he must, But he got 30 kids, man. And some of the women or some of the households he committed to. I just not one of them. So I never held it against him.
No. You made a very significant point there, Ras-Mo. Your father had how many? 30 children and more?
30 he claimed. Yeah. He gave us a list before he died. Yeah.
Ooh, 30, my goodness me.
Yeah. On a police salary. You can't maintain that.
You can maintain that lifestyle, man. But your father, well, I find within the socialization, I find the police fellas in the police force in those days and teachers really had quite a number of children, man. Their social status, I guess.
And the society is still like that, and men are still, but sex is real. That's how multiply and replenish, so we just have to control our animalistic behavior. And be, use intelligence and think about consequences. But they don't teach that to you as a man, as a boy.
But when I did the research, Ras, for your information, your father was one of the men with the most children in the island. When I do the research for male in Dominica, his father and Spider, and another policeman, Jerome Pear.
Jerome Pear.
They have a record. But I think your dad has the record. I don't think any man has beaten that record yet. Just, for socialization and the historical aspect of it.
I'm sure some people want to maybe support what Ras-Mo has said. Sorry about that. Let's go back to another telephone call. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yeah, Ras-Mo, talk about Duncan Timber in Kinfield.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Moku, you. Oh, dear, man. You must have been there that day, man. You know what I'm talking about. Right, he was Duncan. Yeah, but Dominica Mining. Yeah, he was done. Yeah, it was. But that's where the mining company was based. But it was for Yeah.
I was in the process of Rosie Douglas.
Yeah, because remember, Rosie was arrested and imprisoned in Canada.
Thanks, Moku.
Yeah, Moku.
Yes, my brother. Yeah.
It's. I think what you have said there, Ras-Mo, opens up for a little much more discussion on that issue of the Rosie Douglas demonstration. Give us a genesis of that demonstration.
Yeah, when people talk about Black Power, when people talk about Four Corners, they think it's just a social setting. Listen, Four Corners was a place where guys would stay up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, debating and discussing politics, not partisan politics, but black politics, Pan-Africanism, and that type of stuff. And so Kabinda lived just close to LBJ. Albert Joseph, from the Josephs there, right? Yeah. So, and he wrote. He's an intellectual, so he wrote, and so I was exposed to all that stuff.
He was B-Blood too, right? He was for B-Blood.
Albert, yeah, he was the leader and songwriter. Yeah. He wasn't glamorous or anything, but he had some talent and drummer, so.
Hold on, Ras-Mo. I see someone's trying to maybe get in contact. Good evening to you, caller.
Hey, good evening. I want to say good evening to Brother Ras-Mo. And
good evening.
Caller?
Just want to bring something to Ras-Mo's attention. can recall there was something called in Guadeloupe Festag, and he played at Slow de P. And that time, that Haitian and Dominican had a conflict in Guadeloupe, and then he sang a song about that type of division that existed. And that song, you know, the way he sang it and the way he brought the lyrics up in his Creole style, you know, Dominican have a type of accent, and the French people like our Creole accent. And the way he played his drums and he came up with the lyrics, and he didn't give any side right, but he was trying to bring a level of consciousness. Why should we fight when we are supposed to fight for the interest of a collective interest in that I can collect from the song? And everybody will remain cold. I don't know if Ras-Mo can remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I remember the experience, man. Yeah, because
yes,
it was an amazing festival.
Yes.
Because Arrow was there.
Yes.
And Kassav had Zukla that time. Zukla sister, okay, so that was a hit.
Yeah. And not only that, there were groups from all over the Latin America, Central America. It was a big festival, something similar to what we were doing.
Yeah.
And that it lasted for a couple of years, but after that it faded away. It was not something that you had to pay to enter.
No, free.
So it was free because they were creating a way for the vendors to make money, the business people to make money, and for people to come in. That was the only way. But it did not last. And I can recall you doing that.
My brother.
And that put a type of social atmosphere and peace, man. And after that, I met you at Saint Desau when you all play. The guy who wrote that play, what was his name again? Hyacinth, something so?
Steve Hyacinth.
Yeah. And you all were there, and we were talking about, you and I sat close, and we had a conversation. I don't know if you can recall who was speaking to you. And then if you can notice my voice. And
I know who's talking there.
Okay. Yes, my brother. And I always have that respect for you. And then we spoke, and then we called it Steve because we were talking about the Cold War. I mean, I think we were getting to an agreement where the communism and the capitalism were not created for us as black people in mind. It was something that was created for the Europeans on a whole, and then that was the topic that we were keeping. And then it was kind of nice, but Mr. Hyacinth see it differently from both of us. And then that was the conversation that we had, and I recognize you, and I want to honor you for all what you have done.
Thanks a lot, my brother.
And I have seen you in many other events in Guadeloupe, and you really represented us, and your beat and the way you play, it's original, it's unique, it has to do. It's a Ras-Mo vibe, and it's lovely. It's a blues, it's a ballet, it's a country, it's everything. And the lyrical content, the poetic way of presenting the lyrics, all that was something that was new to the Guadeloupe population. And you really played a great part in bringing back the unity that escaped from us as people from the Caribbean. And I want to say to Cecil that I am a fan of his show. And I really love that show because it's just a pity that the Lakou is only for the Lakou in Roseau.
No. I'll correct you right there and there. It's not only for the Lakou in Roseau because Ras-Mo is from Delis. And I've been trying my utmost best to see how I could get people from outside of Roseau to give me the experience of the Lakou, and some just almost impossible.
Yeah, well, you see, it's just a matter of following the right people at the right time. But that show, it's picking up. I just can't. I have to listen to it, and I try my best to call as often as I can.
I think what you need to do, though, we need to get in contact so I can also do you via Zoom, so we can have a discussion on the Lakou too.
That would be nice. I would be very, very happy to do that.
Yeah, man.
And you have my number, right?
Yes, I have your number, man. After all,
right.
And. But Brain doesn't answer his number, so I will not call Brain anymore.
Let me tell you, I have to correct you there. We did a Lakou with Captain Wade from Portsmouth.
Yes. I called because I spoke with my mother was a hawk.
Yeah. We talked about.
We also did one with Pascal, that young Pascal guy.
Yes.
Okay, but wait.
Trying to remember what Pascal,
but we have done a couple of Lakous from different areas of Dominica, but we are just growing.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, man.
Pas de problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, bye.
All right. Let's take another caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
Evening.
Yeah, Cecil, boy, you just calling, boy. You was Libran last week, or Ras-Mo, boy. You have me calling you twice in a week. In a week, boy.
Zed. Zed. That's the
I'm
consciousness.
good, brother.
Remember, I told you that I'm going to have you anytime, and remember that. And I keep to my words, you know that.
Yo, I'm talking to Ras-Mo.
Yes, my brother.
What go on?
Cool.
Yeah, what go on, my brother? You know, I hear you talking about the Four Corners. You know what it take me back to? You remember the first time we organized the African liberation thing in DGS grounds? Remember, we organized the first time we bring this thing in the park in the original, site over there at the back of the DGS grounds.
Oh.
Yeah, we worked together on a committee to make that happen. It was a very successful. It was a Ras-Man and a couple other man.
For several years, for several years, I chaired the cultural committee for the African liberation. And I took it seriously, and I'm proud of that work, man, and giving exposure to visual artists,
But not only that, as you're saying that Ras-Mo and Zed, I remembered when we were actually, because we did it some years in Salisbury too, and under the patronage of Rosie Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when we were doing that, the adults of the society then was making the comment that, looking like a pali sort, Africa will never be liberated. At the time we were fighting that liberation for Nelson Mandela, if you remember, Ras-Mo.
Mm-hmm.
And people used to tell us Nelson Mandela will never get out of jail. What are you doing this for? That make no sense, and blah, blah, blah. And today we can see many years later that he became the president of South Africa.
Yeah.
But Ras,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I really call you to ask you is in regards to the whole Rasta movement, in Dominica. And I know you there from inception, you've been out of the country and everything, but I find there's an absence of example, in the broader aspect and Rastafari. And I don't know what you think, brother, compared to what it used to be,
I'm not in a position to comment on that, I mean, I have some concerns, but like I said, the orientation. Yeah. I didn't come to Rasta through reggae and marijuana, right?
True.
I come to Rasta through Marcus Garvey and Pan-Africanism and Black Power, right? So I come with that political consciousness. And at the same time, I'm a socialist, politically. Democrat, okay? Social democrat, right? So that's my perspective. Not everybody on that level. Well, I already tell that to brothers, and they respond negatively when I say politically I am art, but our orientation different. But there are things we agree on and we can make progress on, But right now, some things I can't even say publicly, but the movement is shattered. It's shattered. It's sad. It's sad, and I know everybody, because like I said, I've been sitting, like you said, I've been in the forefront, and it helped shape me, my morality, my morality, Rasta helped keep me, it helped me control my behavior.
Yeah.
For several reasons, and because I'm an artist, I was popular, star, this, that, and but Rasta keep me grounded.
That's it, Zed?
Yeah, so I cannot comment on that. All I'm saying is I'm calling for unity and humanity, because Dominican family which and business there, that cannot be among Rasta, man. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. But that shouldn't be a public discussion. I should be able to talk to my brothers about it. You know, and I had an experience. Because
Let's just hold that. I had an experience. Someone wants to speak to you. Ras-Mo, let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. Your live.
Hello, good evening. This is Ras-Mo brother, Jeff.
Jeff, your brother Ras-Mo.
Yes.
I call your name.
Yeah, what's up?
Jeff from Senjo?
No.
Maho.
No, man.
Maho.
Jeff from Maho. Yeah, Ras, what's going on?
I cool me, bro. I cool.
Good program, man. You know, and you said good program, man. You said some things that is really knowledgeable, you know, and this thing you said about daddy, you know. Yeah, man. But nice program, just listening, man. You know.
Yeah. Well, bro, thank you for calling, man. You know.
Yeah, you too, man. You take care, man.
Yeah.
All right.
It's nice, Ras-Mo, that your brother could just call. It's really
My
nice.
brothers and sisters support me, you know, like, yeah. The Senjo crew used to be in New Jersey. I was living in Connecticut, and they would do an annual fundraiser for Senjo. I'd go there and perform, you know, and they'd host me and things. So we together, you know.
Ras-Mo, you spoke a little bit about the Dominica Mining Company and
yeah, but like Muku said, it was
Dumcan Timbers.
Timbers. Duncan Timbers.
Vic Riviere was the
And
accountant.
was the accountant there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also we spoke earlier of BOAC. You could really help the young generation to have a clever understanding as to what these two companies did in Dominica.
Okay.
And how did they help in the economic viability of many families.
Okay. BOAC was a construction company. Two of the main shareholders were Eugenia Charles and Donnie Boyd. And they built the market. The new market.
The market that Dame Eugenia Charles and Freedom Street fought about, is that what you're talking about?
I don't know. The market, BOAC built the market.
Okay, I didn't know that one. Thanks for giving me that knowledge.
Yeah. So, as a private company, you know, they were contracted by the government of Dominica. Yeah. So,
Dominica Timbers.
Dominica Timbers was about the extraction of lumber and, you know, and sale, shipment, that type of thing.
For instance, BOAC also built the.
You want to just hold that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Someone's on the telephone.
Go ahead.
Good evening to you, caller.
Hello, Cecil. Good evening, and good evening to your guest, my big brother, Ras-Mo, the original. That's your number 48 brother.
That's 12 of what you're talking about.
48.
Did not take.
I just wanted to actually add to what Byrne said. We reading investigation he made. Yeah, well, my dad normally had 50 kids. I'm number 48. So I only know at least 35 of them. The rest I'm still trying to figure out who they are. And then, or through Facebook and internet, so we might kind of link up. Just imagine Ras-Mo, met one of our brothers in Guadeloupe, you know, and then, wanted to find out where some of us are a little scattered all over the place. But I want to say, you know, publicly, like, in our family, we always look up to Ras-Mo. Though our father was a policeman at the time, and, you know, in growing up, there was that Babylon and Rasta.
Hold on, so are you up here?
I'm in Maryland. I live in Maryland.
No, I'm asking, is your surname Pierre?
No. I'm always man. I'm Ras-Mo little brother.
Oh, you're Ras-Mo. I thought you were making a joke, man.
No, man, he's Ras-Mo brother.
So Ras-Mo, the man said that he's number 48, you know.
Jenna, that there?
Yeah, that's Jenna, man. What are you talking about?
Jenna.
That's the one, that's the twin from Portsmouth. Jenna and Eugenia. You know that joke, Ras-Mo?
No, that's it somewhere.
Who's last?
Who's lâché ça?
Who's lâché somewhere? No, not somewhere.
What answer?
Yeah, but I just wanted to say that, Ras-Mo has got some dignity and some pride to her family, because I remember growing up, because I looked so much like my dad, and the rest of the man would actually want to fight with me or get on to me. Once I mentioned, hey, Ras-Mo is my brother, that was it. I got the love, I got the respect, I got that kind of, empathy from them, because, he was really respected. And based on what the caller previously said, that, that something where Rastafari has just actually gone down the drain. Ras-Mo say, yeah, maybe not something to discuss in public. But then, when I was growing up in the 70s, 80s, even 90s, people looked up to Rasta, or there was more respect given to Rastaman. And I know for sure I got a lot of favors from Rastaman because of Ras-Mo. So I want to tell him, whatever that he has been doing, I want to appreciate him and thank him for it publicly. And say, hey, I always enjoy that program. The Lakou, I try not to miss out on it. I always look up to listening to it. And
I'm glad you connected, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, man, of course. Because, hey, we shared that link and everybody said, hey, Ras-Mo's and Libyans, Ras-Mo's and Libyans. So, most of us are tuned in, listening to our big brother. One thing you must mention, though, you were the first among the 50 to attend secondary school, with that kids. I hope you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Ras-Mo.
Yeah.
Ras-Mo, you have the public apology. You said that your father put a list of 40. Now he's saying that he's number 40.
Jenna, you still here?
Yeah, I'm there.
How many people on the list?
I think it's 29.
Okay, I told you.
29.
So, I told you, man. I ain't joking.
29.
I can't say the man at 50. He don't claim them.
I know publicly here. When I used to go to court with him and or listen to him, and there was always a child maintenance case coming up, he would publicly say, hey, I have 50 children, and I take care of all of them. But guess what? In those days, it was only $5 a month that, that the law allowed you to pay for child maintenance. Only $5 a month. So, yes, on a little mega salary, what he would have done, he would have actually put $5 in an envelope and send it to the mothers with a note saying, who get this month, not getting next month, because you're not the only one. So, yeah, possibly, he did have 50 kids. Based on me, on my count, where I am, because I'm way down the list, I know that I'm number 48, because there's only two after me, which is Dale and D. So I'm number 48. I'm not sure. I think you might be way up the list, because you're in the high bracket, so you might be number 6 or number 5.
Early.
Somewhere. Yeah.
Wow.
All right,
Thank you.
Good program.
Thank you, brother.
Right,
yeah.
Okay, my brother.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful Lakou. The Lakou of Moses. Mm-hmm. Of Moise, sorry. A beautiful Lakou.
40.
With different experiences, different communities, different upbringings. Just name it. So Papa,
Papa, we call him Papa,
You all call him Papa also?
No, in the police station we call him Papa,
Papa.
Yeah,
Okay.
Papa. When I used to go to Pitt's Savan, and I go at his home, I would call him Papa.
Okay.
Yeah, Papa, I call him.
You think
And the people in the community respected him, and they all call him Papa.
No, Ras-Mo. And I was told in an interview that you raised in Goodwill, McIntyre Lane to be precise.
Oh, man.
What was that experience in McIntyre Lane?
So, I came down and I was staying with my aunt, Phyllis, right? And so, I heard the interview. I listened to the program. Goodwill, my friends were mainly in Roseau, like I said, around that area, close to Four Corners and so. I never fit into the Goodwill that area is around the savannah, so it's sports, right? And I never had the skill or the confidence. And they won't give you a chance to learn, it's like, it's young people, man, and it's competitive. And remember, so I never learned to compete. And it's affected me all my life, It affected me all my life. But You know, it was a peaceful neighborhood. A lot of respect, you know, people respected each other, hardworking people. And from those households there, like Clayton was saying, came, you know, diverse, you know, the Nibs. Leon is a musician now in Europe. Leon Nibs, you know, Jewo, Justin, Lennox Rock. We were in PAT together, you know, so some promise came out of that. Working class, you know, real working people. Lennox's mom used to cook for doctors up Central Roma and that type of thing, you know, and Mango Siwo was my library. I used to go there and study, you know, and it changed when after Hurricane David, because gutter got built, you know, so it didn't affect people in the lane, but it is a different dynamic. It was a busier street, you know, but it was pleasant, man. People looked out for each other. So we had our coal supply from the reeds. We had, you know, produce green bananas and other stuff like that. So
At what juncture would the act of drumming, storytelling, you know, writing short stories, at what juncture of your life that you think that the Lakou played in making you that prominent person in those areas?
The drumming I got from the cassava mills, cassava and toloma mills, right? Percussion in my head. At night I could hear the practice, the bandmass practice, but I would only see it on the carnival day. They wouldn't let me go out at night. My mother, you know, because she was a teacher, she was connected to a lot of people, so wakes were a popular thing. So I'd go to wakes with her, you know, and the singing and that type of stuff, that type of ritualistic stuff I got from there, you know. And when I got to Roseau, I didn't have sports, man. So I was looking for, and man, I saw hanging out on that corner there, Boys and Them. I saw Boys and Them. I saw a guy called Keith Paul. He later became a Rasta man, from Guyana. He came and he helped Boys and Them arrange the music. And I saw like somebody knowledgeable in music take lead of a band. And I saw that move, not necessarily what he was doing with them, but I saw those practices move from that to a nice album cover. Boys and Them, right? So, I mean, that was influential. Fitzroy Williams, Gustav LaRock, Marcel Cruikshank. Who played guitar? I don't remember. Pembo played one time too, you know. So that was interesting stuff. And so I got into the theater and dance groups. Man, the dance group. Main dance group in Roseau. Whitey Kubuli, Raymond's group.
Whitey Kubuli.
Whitey Kubuli, man.
And you're brave.
Huh?
You're brave.
You're dancing with that group, man?
You're
No,
brave.
I didn't dance.
You drum.
Yeah.
All right. The reason why I said you're brave, because in those days I know that anytime as a boy or as a man you dance.
But even though I try to dance, man, those girls say, Ras-Mo, you better on the drum. I say, okay. You know, and the thing about it is, when you play for dancers, you develop skill, you develop speed, you know, and I played, man, I played. And then, took a while for them to totally embrace me because I Rasta, you know, and...
You want to hold that for a while? Someone's on the line.
Yeah.
To say good evening to you, caller.
It was Label Fiat.
Label Fiat.
They'll say yes. Remember that, Ras-Mo?
Yeah. But I never work with them.
All right.
All right, and thanks. Yes, Ras-Mo.
Yeah. So, man, just playing for Kubuli though. I mean, I get labeled and called names and stuff, man. And but it, man, my skill, because it's because they have. I just learned to drum, but here's the blessing. I did the poetry, and he allowed me, Raymond, as the director of the group, allowed me to do poetry and drumming, and they choreographed dances to this thing. It was an amazing experience. And then in 1980s, I did a play called Leve Dominique, right? And I had Kubuli, some people from PAT, Chaddy Bell, but he allowed me, and I played with Kubuli every year. They have a season of dance. I played at that, so more you play is better you get. And you have this live improvisation happening between you, that relationship with you and the dancers. It's an amazing experience because you have that connection with that dancer, sometimes the eye contact and whatever, It's fun. So, yeah.
We can safely say that the development of the art came from Dailies by just listening at the very beginning, going to the wakes and hearing how people would actually, the Chatwell especially, would sing at the wakes. And you coming to Roseau, not having a spot to do, as you said, it was very competitive. You had to get something that was different. And you chose the drum.
Mm-hmm.
And you never turned back after that.
Yeah. So I worked with some of my peers, Kello Richards, Baba Richards, We had a group called Aquarian Expression. And I didn't have a drum. So, man, I used to have one tall conga. And that heavy, I carry that everywhere I go to play. And by a stroke of luck, man, Gary Didier had a drum. And he offered it to me. It's my first drum I own. Just a little bigger than this, man. And it sounded well. And
I want to tell you, you'll be playing some of that tonight,
Yeah.
He must play for us.
Yeah. Man, I tempted me to do Pani Problem, with the drum. Yeah, it's so it's been a journey. But I played on Alwyn's Folk Nativity, I played with several other groups, The first tag the guy was talking about, man, that was my first. 1977, I toured with Alwyn Bully, Lennox Rock, and those people doing, what's it called again? Yeah, we did a tour of the Leeward Islands, Antigua, Montserrat, St. Kitts. So I was the props manager. Yeah. Mikey Bruni was the director. And Ken Gardner, a Dominican British, right? Actor, television actor. He played the lead role, lead. And I was his understudy. So if ever he couldn't make it, I would have to do his part. 1977. And for the first time I see Rasta outside of Dominica and realize the level of freedom those guys had. They never had a dread act. They were university graduates. They were, yeah, man. We went through
No, Ras-Mo.
Uh-huh.
I know that you have won yourself awards before we go to the drumming. You could take us through some of the things that you would have been given awards for. I know that you also worked in the United Kingdom, as you said, in North America and the Caribbean.
Yeah. Before I migrated, before migrating, I lived here and worked in 5 islands. I got trained in popular theater from a program that was done, funded by a Canadian non-profit development agency, and during the Grenada Revolution, we launched what we call the Windward Island Drama and Development Program. This trainer came from the Jamaica School of Drama. He was an Irishman, Tom Cross, to train us, right? So popular theater is using the popular idioms of anybody to integrate in a theatrical production that tells their story. Now, through the Caribbean People's Development Agency, that includes a number of agencies, of SPAT, Small Projects Assistance Team.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there are agencies like that throughout the Caribbean. And they did popular education. So I got some training in that, And I've been fortunate, man, to be exposed to all that stuff. So what I did was study the popular education theory and apply it in the theater work I was doing in communities. So years ago, Salisbury people were complaining about the hard pan in the village and how it makes it difficult for sewage and that type of stuff, And so many years ago, so we trained people in theater to negotiate with the government regarding that problem. Because it's ordinary people. They don't know how to negotiate with government. So we practice everything. We use theater to train them. So when they went and the government ministers or whoever it was, the officials, thought they were just talking to ordinary people, these people were prepared physically and mentally, to negotiate that type of work. But also SPAT was doing development work with farmers, cooperatives. Farmers cooperatives like in Marigot, Yard and other, and we use songs, poems to do education. I did a documentary called Agrochemicals, the Environment and Development. So the in MCA I got a base of knowledge and exposure, an opportunity to apply what I was learning. And I lament now the lack of non-profits. So Adams, what happened to our social sector,
Give me a
man?
question. What happened to the
Social sector, I mean non-profits.
the NGOs?
NGOs, yeah. What happened? It's lacking.
Well, one of the things that I'm glad you mentioned it, is transfer of the culture. You see, one of the things that one has to do is to transfer that knowledge, probably through other popular theater groups or through schools. What I thought the theater groups would have done, like People's Action Theater and New Dimensions Theater, would be to promote that, what you call popular theater, where you take themes and develop them in terms of communities, as you all did in the 1970s.
But I would have a different view, though, Ras-Mo and Adams, in the sense that since after the fall of the Cold War, we realized that once upon a time that the Americans used to have quite a lot of funding for NGOs, for organizations, and then the Soviet Union themselves had quite a lot of sponsored NGOs, especially to deal with the issues of famine and young people development. And to, as Ras-Mo was saying in reference to even that of culture, we have seen since after the fall of the Cold War, monies have not been placed for those type of NGOs. What we have seen is more monies placed for NGOs for climate change and those matters that deals with the development of governments. I don't know if you think differently, Ras-Mo.
Yeah, the thing about it is, what's replaced that is entrepreneurship. You know, because I remember going to Granby, right? Entrepreneurship, that's individual success, you know. You become a capitalist. I remember going to Granby, and women are talking about the issues of school uniforms, right? Not enough seamstresses making, you know, it costs, they have to come down to Roseau and the whole hustle and all that stuff. And so we're asking questions, we're doing a workshop, you know, and at the same time in the process, they're challenging us as guys coming from Roseau. They don't know me as a dailist man, you know. It's Roseau, I come out and I speak in English, you know, and so they're challenging us to be more people friendly, more culture friendly in terms of how we communicate. But these women move from identifying the lack of uniforms to how, okay?
You want to stick a pin on that how in reference to the women, and let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah, it's me again. You know, Ras-Mo, I want to go back to the NGOs business, you know. I see Brain did it a kind of way, and as if you just slide with it. The Ras-Mo, the policies of the government has hindered NGO development in
I would not agree with you, caller. I will not agree with you. That is not about governments of the region. When you look around the world in Africa and
Dominica.
No, we're not, because NGOs, if you look at NGOs globally, hold on, caller.
I'm not asking you, you know, I tell you about experience.
My brother, I'm not asking you either. I'm telling you, I'm very much involved in those things. When I was growing up as a boy, I knew how we got funding. So I want to make you know that the issue of NGOs is not about Dominica, it's not about governments. We have seen the change of ideology, and so the focus has been removed. So Ras-Mo talk about entrepreneurs. Yes, that is a fact.
You have politicized the process. What you say in there, the fancy code word you use in there, it simply means you all have politicized the process.
No,
man.
It's not. Caller, no.
Okay.
Stop putting the politics into the middle of this discussion, because I'm not prepared for that.
I think the politics is the big P that Cecil referred to, the changes in Eastern Europe. However, I don't agree with that because that didn't affect American funding. What it affected was European funding. The changes, okay, Soviet Union crumble, so Europe for Europeans. So the funding we used to get in the Caribbean for the Eastern Caribbean Popular Theatre Organization, and many of them came from HIVOS. That's a Dutch agency, right? And you have those Catholic charities and all that, right? So they started to fund stuff in Eastern Europe instead of the Caribbean. They made that their priority. Okay, so American funding is a different kind of thing. You know, and that is where the whole thing about entrepreneurship and all that stuff coming. It's really about self. You know, but people in India are taking a different approach. Women are organizing, you know, they're building groups. They're working together. What happened to cooperatives? Farmers' cooperatives were formed.
And that is a very good question.
What happened to cooperatives? We had Yard, we had Cassie Bruce, we had...
To market.
Man, we had several. Even in Delhi's, farmers would organize. They had their traditional kudme,
And
but the marketing,
it needs
they
to
would market together.
Is it to be said that these organizations, many of them disappeared more than 25 years ago? You know, and it's important to note that because I don't want people to figure and want to make this thing political, because it's not. It's about.
Yeah, we have to have deep analysis and
Yes.
understanding of what happened, you know, and we need to raise questions as to why we don't have a dynamic cooperative department that is doing cooperative education and trying to organize. Why don't we try to?
Let's hold a while, please, Ras-Mo.
Okay.
Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening to you. I wanted to call. I wanted to get my call a little in early, you know, because that's my old man speaking right there. Yeah. So first off, thank you, Cecil and Brain, for your program. You know, I listen all the time. You see, we have an oral history, they call it, right? Because a lot of our history, you cannot study history in a book, right? Because books are edited. So a lot of our history have to come from storytelling. And to tell you the truth, man, I've learned a lot from my father, from listening to him and asking him questions. And every time I talk to him about certain things, I want to be like, tell me more. You know, so I big up you on your program and the oral history part of it. But this is Gami. You know, Daddy, big up yourself.
Man. Yeah.
So in Connecticut, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So I just want to give thanks. So Daddy, I listening, man. You know, I just
Love you, son. Love you. You know how it's go. Love you.
To make sure I get through to tell you. Give thanks, man, for your inspiration.
You're welcome.
And I love the platform, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I tell you, my father tell me so much stories, and I read about them too. And you know what I mean. You have to get the original, the oral history, man. You know, and that's pick up the Lakou for doing that. You know, and I love when my father tell me certain stories, and then either I read about it after, or I read about it, and then tell me about it, and you know, it's a vibe now. So give thanks for your inspiration. Love you, Daddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Fun love.
Yeah. Ras-Mo, that is just an endorsement by your son, you know, and I like that.
Yeah.
Because we have been complaining for much too long in reference to the link between ourselves as adults and our children, where we have not given them sufficient information of our Lakou, the oral, and I like what he said, the oral aspect of the history. We do not have much of that, and I'm happy, Ras-Mo, that we could have a program of that nature, that we can give the oral history of our Lakous.
The thing about culture, you transfer culture. In other words, the story must be transferred from one generation to the next. What I find, and you're talking about all the cooperatives, we have lost a lot, even of our traditional medicines. I mean, kids probably don't even know what is a sime-comptoir, a basilic. They do not know what drinking soursop tea can do for you, you know, and they don't know what a sassy is. That is because the parents have not transferred the culture to their children. The veven. What you find...
Man, we don't even know a guep.
They don't even know.
Only thing we know is them bottle.
Right, they don't know. Because they have taken the United States television and the absence of our own story on television, own programs, local programs, not there. So we expose our children to the American culture. So all this business about the Kudma, the cooperation.
Kudma is Kudme.
Or Kudme, whatever.
I know this American accent.
Working together.
Give it its
yeah,
true name,
yeah. Ras-Mo working
right, Ras-Mo?
together. Yeah, working together, which you call cooperative. We are not working together as we used to in the past. People have become more capitalistic. I know you're socialist in terms of your thinking. They're more in capital, money making, instead of working in a social contract, working together to develop. I do not know whether you agree or disagree with my thinking.
No, you're very right. Brain, when you speak of the fact that we have now become more capitalistic than that of the Kudme spirit or the cooperative spirit.
But
As a boy growing up many years ago, we would have known of even us just hanging out to seek for more knowledge on the blocks. Gangs, but our gangs were not the negative aspect. It was more positive, exchanging of reading of books, exchanging of energies, playing soccer against each other lane, and all of these things really helped us. And I must say, it was the advent of television, which was basically very high in the mid 80s. We would have seen the transformation of the minds now. And I think, Ras-Mo, one of the things that would have happened that we saw into the 90s, early 90s, was that we were becoming much more Americanized because of Michael Jackson, the Lionel Richies. So we looked at BET. Well, at that time we were seeing more of this white.
But
VH1.
It's cultural imperialism, man.
Yes,
cultural imperialism, and the pump,
And we lost that value that we once had, So we found ourselves not going out anymore, but sitting in. There's a time that your parents would give you 25 cents to go to the matinee. You would have met friends. You would have discussed with them. You would have done things. No longer that you would have gone to matinee, but have a box at your home that you sit and watch whatever you so choose. So really, we have seen that decline, and I don't think that at the time, society was looking at what we were actually losing, but more or less society was looking at why can't we not stay home, and the television boxes were making us stay home.
Well, I heard something today, and Ras-Mo, you can pick up on that. China, India, and some of the other countries are limiting the use of the tablet to their students. Why are they doing that? Because they're saying that with the advent of all these equipments, these social media gadgets, are giving little time for the children to interact with the society.
And to be creative.
And
even something's happening you see, we have engineers, right? You is training engineers, right? And we have good engineers. But we're not creating anything. Our engineers, what are they producing? What are they creating? Right? So they're losing that creativity, So I didn't grow up with a father who had tools and all that stuff, right? But boys who have access to tools and that type of stuff, they usually, when I was growing up, them boys used to make their truck, and we don't see creation. So when Carnival and the trucks come up and they parade with SMP, it's really giving them time to create, and fathers and sons bonding. We don't have that sort of it's not internship, it's not mentorship, it's apprenticeship. We don't have apprenticeship. We don't have a Caesar again you can go by and learn to fing the eye. You know what I mean?
Also, too, in terms of the competitiveness, Ras-Mo, that we found ourselves thinking even much more. Just remember those days, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guys would have the bicycle rim, and we would have a piece of stick at the back, and we would actually do a 100 meter, not knowing that we were doing something competitive. We were just trying to see who was actually pushing the stick the best way. We had also where we had the big tires with 2 mop stick and putting grease into that mop stick and with a tin, and we run in to see who could better control those tires. And
that is innovation. That is using what you've got to get what you want or need. And we're losing that. So it's we have to get young people to be creative.
And as you're saying that, Ras-Mo, I do not know how easy or difficult it is now to get the generation of today who has gotten themselves so immersed.
But we can use the technology. There are advantages to the technology. There are advantages to it. Is to apply it, you know. Give them access. Create projects, after school programs. They come, you know, and by the end of a 6 to 8 week program, they create something. They create something. They use that, you know, they're not playing games. Okay? If they use Google, is to find information, you know, and that is the level of, that's the kind of work we need. That's what we need now. That's what the non-profits need to do. Engage our young people. Keep the, you know, 2 levels of work. 1 is that creativity, and 2, critical thinking. Because the whole thing of consequential, you know, consequential thinking. A lot of them young men wouldn't be in jail if they had the, if they could just take a minute, think, and say, if I do this, that will be the consequence. That, you know, I have a choice. Let me, you know. So it's an educational process. Sharpen their minds, you know. But the technology can work against us. It can work for us. We have it. They into it. They love it. You know.
Ras-Mo, a lot of people know of Ras-Mo, but not too many people know that Ras-Mo was a male psychiatrist.
You took time to throw that question at.
Okay. So, this is my story, right? I wanted to do psychiatric social work. That's what I wanted to do, right? I wanted to do it. Opportunities arose. I started as a psychiatric nursing aide. And it was what I was told, that if I link to an institution, the possibility are higher, right? The thing is, at the time, there was one opportunity. There are people ahead of me in line. They've been working there, you know. And but I'm not competitive, but I was ambitious in a sort of sense. And so I really wanted to do that. And so I was fresh, man. I was fresh. So there was training, and I studied and I applied myself. I mean, like, you know, and I was doing well, you know. But when people work in those institutions, there's sometimes they get lackadaisical, you know. So even from answering the phone, one of the psychiatrists called the hospital, and I say, "Hello, St. Luke's Hospital, good day, how can I help you?" And he say, "Moses, you're a breath of fresh air. You're the only person who answers the phone properly." Right? People demoralize, you know, and so, but so there was this guy who wanted to do what I wanted to do, which is go to Jamaica and do psychiatric social work. So, man, I tell you, that thing of pulling me out of school, it takes some. I got some stuff out of it, but it had disadvantages, you know. And it's not only sports I don't know how to compete in, you know, just to be, you know, go for what I want and push for it in a way, you know. So this guy, man, the only thing that separated St. Luke's Hospital from Her Majesty's prison was a chain link fence. And my God, before them fellas go inside for the, you know, you had theater, because cigarette for bread, you know, and them guys throwing the bread over the fence. And people on the psychiatric drugs have to be catching those bread. The prisoners always have plenty bread.
So are you saying that the prisoners would send the bread over to the
Right. And then they'd walk across and pass the cigarette. That was a trade. Right? So at the time, Cyril, when Cyril come out from hospital, right? You remember Cyril?
Yes.
Cyril would say, I come out prison, jail, I come out. He don't even know the difference between, you know, he's a patient. So
The psychiatric unit.
right, not the psychiatric unit, not the St. Luke's Hospital. That's because you see, his psychiatric unit was for
Intel patients.
no, hold on. St. Luke's was for people like schizophrenics, and psychiatric unit was for depression. You know, so psychotic. So I mean, so one day, Mister tell me, he have a guy they used to call Coden, Cyril. He was the first person to live under the cliff between Fonkole and Kenfield. He was living in a cave there. Coden was an escapist. And this guy says, Ras-Mo, I want you to listen, man. Coden was locked up for days. He hasn't showered. So there is his bathroom, his everything, you know, everything. His food is in that lock-up place. He say, man, come and help me get Mr. out first so he can clean up his place and stuff. Man, that's days the man defecating in that place. So he comes with a key and he say, help him, right? So he's gonna open the place. He opens the place, right? He opens the place, and I turn away from the door he's opening, right? And man, that scent that come out of that thing, I cannot look in the direction of the door. That knocked me out. You know, it's so stinky. The man, at the end of the day, the man takes a red ink pen and he writes a report, man. He writes a report that says, you know, Mr. Moses, like I was the cause for the guy to escape. But he knew the history of the guy. I didn't know that. And he was setting me up. So that was so discouraging. I just say, you know what, I don't have to compete with Mr. You know. Plenty of times in life I just tell myself, my blessing is mine, I'll get it, you know. And I just give up, I let it go for him. I just say, okay. Man, 1 week passed, the doctor come to my room and say, man, you good, stay on the job. Twice he come to I quit after that. He come again, and I just say, listen, I retire. He tell me, sign, write a resignation. And that was it. A few years later, Jamaica, where I wanted to go and do the course, I end up doing the popular theater thing, man. You know? And
It's just is yours.
Huh?
Is yours.
Right. They say dog saying slack is slow, stay slow when he drinking.
No, Ras-Mo, you have found yourself involved in the arts quite a lot, and you have been going back and forth from North America to our shores in the Caribbean. Tell the listeners some of your success stories of the people that you have been working with both in North America and the Caribbean.
Man, I am a performance poet, primarily. I'm a drummer too, but okay, let's say 50-50. So, my poetry has taken me to several countries. I've participated in several festivals. Festac, the guy, man I talked about, that was just the beginning of my Guadeloupe thing. Guadeloupe has poetry festivals every year. And so I've done a number of them. And the reception and support I received there and respect as an artist, you know. While I was working in the cultural division, I had many more performances in Guadeloupe, Martinique, and St. Lucia than I did in my home country. English or Creole. So among my peers regionally, I'm recognized. Poetry, dub poetry. There have been several international dub poetry festivals, especially in Canada. I've done that. In the international popular theater community, and that includes Africa, Europe. I'm recognized as, a vital resource. I've done a few albums, 2 albums. I'm working on a Creole album right now because I want to penetrate the Creole market a little more because when I'm there live, it's good. So I want to be able to stream and, sell and so.
All right. So what we'll do, we'll take a small break.
Right.
So that because Ras-Mo was already there for about 2 hours and 50
2
minutes. So we'll just we can just chit chat among ourselves.
Right, and then
Ras-Mo has given us thus far.
Right, and then maybe when he comes back, we will begin to look at some of his drumming. Make sure he gets onto his drums, and it's very important, Cecil, when you look at the whole evolution of dub poetry. Not only in English, but in Creole, and Ras has done a lot in terms of... Yeah, and I noticed dub poetry, Cecil, is one of the popular forms of communicating in terms of the art. I mean, a lot of people write the lyrics and they sing, but some of them prefer to recite them orally. Some prefer to use drums accompanied with the rhythm.
As a matter of fact,
it's a sort of chateau like in the days when you...
Algie, you remember Algie?
Ras Algie is my brother. Was my brother.
Like blood brother?
Yes, his name is Algernon Adams.
Like your father's child?
My father's son. He's
Okay.
my brother, and
That's news to me.
Yes, I mean he journeyed on to the Camerons, where his wife is from Africa.
Africa, yes.
He went there with Alex Bruno and brought down his wife from Africa.
So I know that guys like Algie and Ras-Mo
Would have done a lot of
would
work
have
together.
done quite a lot of dubbing with the drums.
Mhm.
Then we had a guy who came from Guadeloupe, a guy from Casibros himself who came with Goka.
Right.
But we saw in the late 80s, early 90s, we would have seen quite a lot of drumming. And we've seen drumming Assam. That would have really brought in some kind of consciousness,
Right.
among the Rastafarians.
Well, drumming, using the drums is it brings us back to our African roots. Whenever you hear the drums, it does something to you. It always evokes emotion, dance, and the drum has an effect on black people. Well, when you hear it, it evokes emotions. So we're hearing these drums.
And also it evokes spirit, that's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
the spirit.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I went to college with Adrian Henderson, Teachers College, so the drum was always there, and watching the dance and the drums, the rhythm of the drums and the dancers dancing along the rhythm, and so my brother, whenever I went to his home, he just loved to drum. He had a drum at his home. So he would do different drummings, techniques and so on, and it was always amazing to hear the rhythm, the different rhythm of the drums.
And what is amazing that I've seen, Adams, is that in the French territories of Guadeloupe and Martinique, they are very much involved with drumming for ballet and goka, flirtation, just name it,
Mhm.
we too are very much, but our involvement of drumming is more or less during the independence celebration. I think what we need to do is to maybe create a greater awareness of what has to be done with the drumming. We should not only leave drumming for just the period of independence. We would have seen Ras-Mo and your brother and many other guys who would have found themselves involved in drumming, bringing it out.
Well, and I notice I'm very happy that sometimes on a Saturday and sometimes during the week there's some young boys along the street corners
of Independence Street and Kennedy Avenue.
Do you know what the mecca of drumming was for Dominica? Where was the mecca?
It was Granby, Peebush. I remember Granby, Peebush, and where again?
Well, for me as a tongue man, I always like to go and hear the drums in Lagon.
Oh, okay.
The Lagon was an area where you bring your drums, and the people like Titine would, dance to the drums. People like Diana, would come and dance. And if you came from the country, you dance. If you had your liquor, you dance. So drums play a very important part.
Let me ask Ras-Mo if you remember those days, by any chance, while in Roseau, that you'd see quite a lot of drumming and you have, people coming in and dance and so.
That was before I came to Roseau.
That's before you come to Roseau.
Yeah. When I got to Roseau, the only drumming that was happening was, like I said, in the circles, PAT, and then I did some workshops with. I observed one workshop by a Trinidadian dance group, first time I'd seen drumming like that in my life. And then, and by coincidence, one of the young drummers who was with that group is one of my best friends now, because we met in California. Yeah, but it's interesting what you guys are talking about. But we have one major impediment. These young people are learning from each other, right? And so Mr. Adams is an educator, right? So he knows teachers have to be trained. No matter how much knowledge you have, you can pass it on, you can pass on some. But teaching is an art, so you have to learn it. And so drumming is like a language. And I discovered that. And so a lot of those young men you see playing out there, if you tell them play a calypso rhythm, right? They don't know what to do, right? But most of those rhythms have at least 3 basic parts, So calypso would have its bass, right? That's one part. Then you have the, if you have a conga, it will do. Okay, and so you have the other rhythm parties. Now you have the umele. The umele comes all the way from Nigeria, and it came down through the generations, and it's in everything in Trinidad. The PK, it's in the calypso, it's in the jab molasi, and so there's a knowledge that you need to be able to master the craft and to be able to teach it as well. There's not that knowledge here, okay? Even the belly, they're messing up, So we have to go back to basics.
Why would you say the belly has been messed up?
Because they're just playing, they're jamming. And if you learn a little Latin, your English is going to be better, they say, because Latin is the root of English, right? So, it's the same thing. You have to learn about the roots of those rhythms, what makes them up, what are the different components.
Ras-Mo, when we come out from that caller, we're going to go into the drums. Let's see that last caller. Good evening to you, caller.
This is a real African beat from slavery. Because there's some fellas from St. Joe that used in Portersville. One was Alan, that was his son here on a school night. Used to be in Lakou every carnival. And they saw a fellow called Gij. I think it was Anti-Man. He always is a special beat, the beret. And the voca is the French beat. I used to say coca, but not quite voca. Okay? So Ras-Mo, right, the bit changing now, it doesn't hear that bit again.
But you see, the Gwoka is consistent though.
Yeah.
Because they study it, they develop a system of teaching it, and it's consistent. We don't have that system and those methods. And the thing is, the not just the drummers, but the music, the people who know the theory, they're supportive of the art form. There's not that sort of propagation happening here. So when you listen to some of the groups, they're making up stuff. But it's, again, we have to promote creativity. At the same time, knowledge important, basic knowledge. Otherwise, it gets diffused. So when you hear Gwoka from Guadeloupe and you hear Bomba from Puerto Rico, it's the same thing. It's like our dance, our belly dance in Puerto Rico as well. But it's the same way. They know how many times, left hand, right hand, and you have, the drum is like a drumming is a language. So you got the bass, and you got the tones, and you got the slaps. Okay? So. Akahale yana fuik puwe samwe ketape. Akahale yana fuik puwe samwe ketape. Hakemene belkaro, hakemene belkaro, hakemene yotambu, hakemene detambu, hakemene twatambu, hakemene katambu. Africa, oh Africa, I hear you crying for your sons and your daughters snatched from your breast. Africa, oh Africa, I see you in unrest. Africa, oh Africa, your voice is changing in the winds of change. Your children are singing. Yes, we are chanting a freedom song. Zimbabwe free, South Africa free. Africans at home and abroad shall be free. Today is the day to smash all oppression. Now is the hour of African liberation. Yo swe ya pasa, atan la meka oule, atan la meka oule, atan la vie désolé. Yo swe ya pasa, atan la meka oule. Last evening I took a walk. Me and Ocean had a talk. Ocean say, Mo, what's your role? Seem things getting out of control. There's pollution everywhere on land, in water, and the air. Listen to what I've got to say. Spread my message from today. Yo swe ya pasa, atan la meka oule, atan la meka oule, atan la vie désolé. Yo swe ya pasa, atan la meka oule. Ocean say go to river, have a little talk with her. So I lay on riverbed, where I rest my weary head. River say a drying up, deforestation must stop. You better go to Grandma Lake, visit her for goodness sake. Yo swear, en passant, Atan la meka oule, atan la meka oule, atan la vie désolé. Grandma leg began to cry. She even explained why. Mother Earth is getting sick. Climate change will be drastic. Time for action is today. Mobilize in every way. Get in action. Spread the word around the world. Let it be heard. Yo swear ya pasa. Atan la meka ule. Ule 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 ule.
Nice piece.
Nice piece of rhythm.
Yeah.
It brings that sheer spirit.
African
You know,
spirit.
that African spirit within this space that we are in. You
The
know.
rhythm.
Yeah. You know that song? You swear? It's the same chorus over and over, right? That the traditional song. So I just thought, I call the whole piece Ocean Lament because, climate change is real. And in Dominica, we know it, So it's actually just trying to spread the message and use old bottle but put in new wine. Relevant lyrics. We're not teaching that to our young writers either. We're not doing workshops.
You heard of Mutabaka?
Huh?
Mutabaka.
Mutabaruka. Yeah, he's my friend. I've been on several shows with him. Listen, all the top dub poets, I've performed with them in Jamaica. And in Canada. I never performed with Linton Kwesi Johnson, but there's a guy called Oku Onura. He coined the term dub poetry. I don't call myself a dub poet. I do dub poetry, but I do performance poetry, I call it. Because dub poetry is poetry to reggae, and that's not all I do. I do Creole poetry, I do poetry to Creole rhythms, or Afro-Caribbean rhythms.
Give us a Creole, but before you give us a Creole poetry, let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening to you, Mr. Joseph, Mr. Adams, and my partner, Ras-Mo, Psychiatric, so don't make.
Bandy! Okay, bro.
Yes, I. Let me tell you, I noticed you've been very humble in your delivery tonight. Very humble in terms of the work and the thing. You mentioned, but you didn't go into detail. But why I calling to say is the level of work that was done to sensitize Dominicans in terms of when you mentioned the popular education and the popular theater, MC. But you didn't see the kind of work that we did because we were trailblazers in terms of the first group to go into the prison to do social work was MC. The first group to go to the psychiatric unit and work with mad people was MC. And the amount of work we
I don't like the word mad people.
Well, I also don't know because I was there.
I don't like the word mad.
Okay, you don't like the word, but let me tell you, I passed through all the chambers. I passed through all the chambers of madness and come out sane. You wouldn't understand that the way. So if I say mad, sorry for that, but I passed through all that, all them channels there, man. I go through that. But what I want to say is that is the level of work and the kind of development. Because at the time, the country, like all you were saying earlier, on the kind of things that was happening in the country, and you had to be somebody and with a name and all them kind of things there. But with that group in the 80s, man, it did wonders to sensitize Dominicans, and today we can see a lot of the work that was done by people like Ras-Mo, Baba, and MCA, Charlo, and them people, Panman, and things. And we can see development in people all over Dominica, because we were the only group that was going all over Dominica every weekend. We're in a different community. in a different community and sensitizing and bringing that knowledge to our people in terms of understanding yourself, knowing yourself, and most importantly, knowing how to contribute positively to the development of the country. So I just find you my partner, you humble in putting out the kind of things you've done.
No, but like I said, some things we elaborate on, and because it's so much work that we can't go in much into every detail, you know.
I know.
But
but
yeah.
the main ones we have to
But
do
thank you for bringing up the work in those
Yeah,
institutions.
man. Yeah, boy, and all them institutions.
Yeah.
There, boy, and the amount of people we really made. We take people from school children and make them ministers. Hey, I can say that. That's right. Anyway, my brother, nice hearing your voice and doing on the other hand. Take it easy and continue doing your work, man. I don't see your work.
Yeah, thank you.
Continue
Thank
doing
you.
what
Thank
have
you.
to do. Yeah.
Ras-Mo, I was saying to you that I would want to get a little Creole. Knowing that you come from Dailies.
Monsieur Quick. Toi un yon un toi. Chaque piton c'est yon courant sous tête en wa wish. Maye mille n'année passé. Depuis n'année nana. Papa plusieurs générations qu'on papa boit, maman glo, enfants animaux. La voici naturel naté a dit d'un tché, maman latte. Quand nous wisse chous, branches et puis feuilles. Pour produire gwen bois, bazandoli, tête chien, perdui, maïgwen, bayo c'est yon paradis. Toi en yon à toi, c'est qui ça? C'est mon toi piton.
Wow. Ras-Mo, I love that one. That's written by you, right?
Yeah.
Wow, I love this one. What do you think about this one? Toi ayon yon a toi. Which other one that you have, Ras-Mo?
I'll do an English one. I like it because it for me it's a reflection on the struggle of African art and the role it played in our survival. But also about the word, the rhythm of the word and the power of the word. Freestyle, free-flowing, consciously conceptualized into free form with authentic roots, unorthodox paradox, routinely rebellious rhythms, rhythmic, polyrhythmic, mathematic, naturally hypnotic, unquantized symphony. So, let the feelings flow. When the blue notes blow, 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 blow away the tones of restriction, melting and meekly molding inspiration into sweet sounding symphony, raising righteous receptiveness of constant clapping hands, swaying hips, smiling lips, drummers, drumming out their heartbeat in the heart of every city. At home and abroad, we will rise, 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 rise and organize the movement to centralize the building of the foundation. Pushing, 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 positive pulsating poetry inspired by a passion for that which must be fulfilled. It must be fulfilled. Brilliantly brewed and blended for the initiated. Specialists, skillfully merging fusions of yesterday's being with tomorrow's reality. Because tomorrow is endless. It will not be lost, but must rise, 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 rise from the dust. For in the magical metamorphosis, the song will continuously be. When the spirits soar, many fly away home, where we meet and greet the many, many mighty martyrs, those ancestors we cannot forget, for we are nourished by the echo of their voices that flows in the blood which runs through our veins. Yes, they weep in the rains, shedding sundry tears for so many years because of the pressure of oppression. So in the vapor, they rise amidst the morning mist, evading the ever-watchful eyes of the system security. The beast, they rise in the clouds, they move from east to west. With the wind, they wander, overcoming every test. Writing on the walls of time, they paint murals of vivid, graphic graffiti with the colors of the rainbow, so that all eyes shall see that we shall all be free, free again, free again, free again, like we were in the days of old, of which they said we should not be told. With cultural weapons, mental chains are broken, the liberated envision the unspoken in tenor tones and false echo, then solo will follow solo through skills and scales, and the heartbeat goes on and on and on and on. New babes we are being born. These babes creep, music wakes them from their sleep. They walk, they dance, 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 dance. These steps that lead to eternity, for which we will be free. Eternity, 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 eternity. Eternity.
Eternity. I love this word.
You like.
Ras-Mo, I know that you have had classes for creative writing, collective stories, script creation, really to really enhance students' literacy skills. Which one you find that students gravitate to? Is it creative writing, collective stories, or script creation?
I use simple exercises to pull students in. And so I do exercises where each person in the classroom contributes one word, and we're creating collective sentences, right? And then we begin to put sentences together that tell stories. Okay, and so each one of us has a story. So I get people to talk about it, then get them to write about it. And so I've had students who come, like middle school is like the same age of just starting high school here, right? In Dominica. And so getting them to talk about their stories. And then when I tell them to write, they're getting angry, but coaxing them and getting them to write their stories. So I've had young people. Okay. I'll give you an example of that. I worked with the YTech, Youth Treatment and Education Center. So that's a project that was connected to the juvenile drug court. So you see the whole thing about psychiatric social work. I'm doing that work in a different sort of way through the arts, right? So these kids, they're in court. They've been through the juvenile court and they're on probation. And so if they break probation, anything they do that offends probation, they go back to get locked up. So I have to help keep them on the straight and narrow, and at the same time help them improve their academic skills because they're below, and so I got an opportunity to bring them from San Francisco, that's on the West Coast, to Pennsylvania. There was going to be a national drug court conference. You're talking about kids that been locked up for selling drugs, or using drugs, whatever it is. So I said to them, they say they want to come. I say, okay, you're going to sit in front of the people who locks up young people like you all over the country. What you want to tell them? Well, they had a message. They said they wanted to tell these people, when young people come in front of you, think about why they're doing what they're doing, which is a common sense thing. You know, you can't just punish me if you don't have some empathy. So you need to understand, right? You know, and that is for all of us, you know. Because I observe in Dominica, they have a word, paro. Somebody mentally ill, they paro. You know, I don't like it, man. Because it's an illness. And people can get better. And people get better when institutions and society treat them. Give them the confidence that we care, you know. It's empathy. Empathy can change a whole lot of stuff. So, they say, okay, man. I say, well, you have to tell them your stories, huh? They say, okay. They like to talk about your story when it comes to problems. So there was this young lady, man. She had finished, she was in middle school, and she had finished middle school. She couldn't read and write. And so we helped her write her story. And so when we talk in popular theater using popular idioms, that's hip-hop generation, right? So I say, okay, let me give them a punchline, you know. Who's got a story to tell? I got a story to tell. Who's got a story to tell? I got a story to tell. It's a story about dreams and reality, a story about you, a story about me, a story about us, a story true, you know, a story about me, a story about you. They just repeat that, and then each of them chose what they were saying and wrote rhymes for the verses, and they each had a different story.
You know, what you're saying is very interesting. We'll come back to it because I am very much glued to what you're saying. Someone's on it. Oh, I'm sorry, we lost that caller. That person will have to call us back. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, so that is going back to the whole thing of popular education. Augusto Boal, who wrote the book Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Pedagogy of the Oppressed, right? The author of that, not Augusto Boal, Paulo Freire, a Brazilian educator, taught adults to read and write by getting them to discuss their issues that confronted them. Okay? So, I'm just using those basic things I learned about and use it in that setting, in an urban setting, you know, bringing in the hip-hop. That's the popular culture. So it's a little bit of the science and a little bit of the art and a little bit of empathy and humanity. It works. It works. Yeah, I did some work at the prison when I was at Cultural Division, you know.
No, I want to find out from you. Water, the river, the sea, can give you the song that is required to put you into a trance. The drums can also do that.
Mm-hmm.
How are you able to use the things of nature to include that of the drum to put you into a trance?
There are different drums. So there are frame drums like our not the tambal, not the tambu is the big drum, right? The tambu bele. The frame drum, like the Irish drum, they're using the mazuk, jingping. They call it a tambu too, tambal. But they also call the masquerade drums tambal. So sometimes they're two-sided. So what you do is if you want the sound of the sea, you put it on the inside the drum. Like a shak. You can use a shak for the shh, that types of stuff, you know. Or this. So there are different ways to use pouring water in the glass.
I like that one. I honestly like that one. You know, it gives you the sound of the river also, you know, and a nice sound of even nice gentle breeze.
Yeah.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Good, very nice.
Yeah. percussion is quite an interesting thing, you know. Yeah, man, Friday I climax. We climax a program there, man. You know, I walk out of there with feeling really good, really good. Roseau Central, kids from Roseau Central. They did poetry, they did song, dance, drumming, you know. Yeah.
You can see that you're satisfied from what you saw.
Yeah.
And you expect when you return that these students can maybe teach someone else.
Yeah. But the thing is such work needs to be sustained, you know.
Because drumming is, as you would say, is an art, but also too it can become part of us. Like I say in the French country, I always admire the French, in the way that they take the drums. I mean, there are like 10 different types of drums, and to make song, and to make people dance, and to make people scream and to shout, and it's just amazing, you know, when you go to these French countries to see what they do. With
they don't play
drumming.
this serious about it. The thing about it is they are serious about it. They are serious about it. They treat it as sacred. Because you see, drumming is
Hello?
So, just hold on. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I am actually calling to big up Mr.
Ras-Mo.
Ras-Mo, yes. This is Roy Ras-Mo.
This is who?
Roy. Your friend Roy.
okay. Thank you for calling.
I am very impressed with the program, but most of all, the part where you get the children off the street and get them back to school. We spoke about that many times, and I have been very touched by that. So I'm just asking you to continue to do that, and I'm just happy that you could say that openly now for the whole of Dominica to hear, because it's true you promoting the drums and so, but there are many other things you do, and you're very humble about it. So I just want the world to know that I am very elated by what you're doing, and I want to encourage you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And honestly, the Dominican children everywhere love it, but the Dominican children, okay?
Well, as you're saying that, Ras-Mo, I think we need to send a message then to the Ministry of Culture, and also the Cultural Division, to look at drumming in a more serious way. I'm not saying that they are not, but I use the operating word more, so that we can get it not just in Grand Bay and not just in Maho and in Pebush, but we now need to get, you know, every community as a hub to get drumming into the syllabus of school. We are talking about, and I think too many times, Ras-Mo, that we focus quite a lot on the academics and the theater, that sometimes I know that central government has been placed quite a lot on the issues of vocational, but we need to start doing the creative thing to really help people to learn the flute, to learn to play the drum, the shak, the what you call this, the accordion, because I remember as a boy growing up, you know, in the country, that they had so many men. You know, I remembered that my auntie's husband, you know, Mr. Massicott, in Tobino, was playing the accordion so well, and many other persons around him. So I think these things we need to really get into the schools. I don't know how we can do it, but
About traditional things like the
yeah.
off the gun as well.
But people need to understand the importance of the work, man. A few years ago, Alwyn Bully was working with UNESCO. And I didn't have a computer, but I wrote a proposal, right, with my hand, using a pen. And I said, Alwyn, you know, I'd really like to get some drums at the old mill, right? And I told him what the idea was, is to create a pool of drums that would be stored at the old mill. It wasn't for me or for any drummer. It was just something like a library now. So if you want to borrow a book, you know, you go there and you read the book or whatever, but it would be there, you know, and it would be an important resource. That would include some we would buy from overseas, congas, bongos, you know, some goka, but our local belly drums, tambal, tambu, you know, that type of stuff. But to get UNESCO funding, you have to go through a government department. So some civil servants have to be supportive to push that through. Man, that fall on a, I bring it. They say, okay, bring it to a government department. I did. So that was supposed, December 31st was the deadline to submit. So after holidays, January, I go to the office and say, give me a copy of whatever you submit, you know, because I designed the whole proposal, everything, you know, except what, you know, the official jargon that department would put in. And that civil servant is looking on desk, under desk, in drawer, and cannot find what I submitted. So it was a lost opportunity. You know, so some people just don't see the value. People in high places have to see it and understand it. You know? So, well, and that is why we cannot just count on government. That's why I am appealing. That is why I am appealing for the non-profit sector, for us to rebuild it. And churches can do it. We have sports teams, you know. Cultural groups don't have to just be quadrille, ballet, and, you know, they can be, you know, a social setting that young people learn to write, but after school programs, man, after school. Okay, Trinidad, you ever hear about best village in Trinidad? It's like our independence thing, man, but they have money though, you know. So there's got to be the will. The cultural division, they got a cut in they got a cut, right? In the last budget or something. So advocates have to be within, you know, especially those in management positions.
Well, I just want to say, Ras-Mo, we come to the end of another beautiful night. We started at 7 o'clock and we have been here for about 3 hours.
Lord have mercy.
I know how fast 3 hours can go. But, you know, we had quite a lot of food for thought, food that could fool our stomach, food that could fool our brains, that could help our brains develop. And I must admit that it was an eye-opener in terms of just discussing a few, your Lakou, especially giving us the experience of you coming to town and even forgetting the very first time you came to town. It was so terrible to you that you don't have an idea as to what it is or what it was. And you gave us all of the experience of the Lakou in Delis and on the eastern side. You even had a chance and the opportunity to sing for us. Shime Wewe Over. I'm sure that many people sang along with you when you sang that one. Your last words.
No, but before he says his last words, did he say? I know he did a musical piece, or a piece of his own writing. Levi Dominic Levi. Did you ever? I didn't hear it.
No, I didn't hear this one. So before you
Levi Dominic Levi.
Yes.
Yeah, I would really like to hear at least something.
And it's time to wake up.
Yes.
Levi Dominic.
Levi Dominic Levi. Levi Dominic Levi. C'est fozo kachile. Ola zoteye. Gade ola zoye. Epi chection salase. Ola nuka ale adia. Levi Dominic Levi. Levi Dominic Levi. Passionnation qui pas connaître l'histoire li. Quand yon Yon nation qui pas connaître l'histoire li, kon yon pied bois qui pas ni wasin li andi levé dom ni tien levé levé comme ni tien levé ba kozo ban fozo vwetan eko ponandi levé dom ni tien levé levé, las weve, regardez réalité, levé, domnitien, levé.
What a nice way to conclude.
A nice way to conclude.
Yes, Ras-Mo, your last words.
Thank you for the opportunity. You know, yeah. Parents, teachers, youth workers, it's important work, you know, to encourage them, you know. My mother used to buy those massive chairs. You remember those with the that used to have welcome? That thing was my practice drum at home, right? She never said stop. It never disturbed her, right? You know, and I mean, it's reasonable if you tell them stop noise at an inappropriate time. But if they tell you they want to do that, encourage them. If they're not doing too well in academics, if they're not, give them alternatives. Not to the academics, you know, alternatives that will make them feel good about themselves. And music does that. Drumming is so accessible, you know. So is dance. They like to dance. So the arts make them feel good about themselves and they perform better in school and in social settings. So let's care for them, our next generation. You know, I dedicate the rest of my life to be a youth worker. And we all cannot take that on professionally, but we can take responsibility for our next generation and empathize with them. It's a difficult time to be young and to be a child. So much nonsense they throw in at our little ones. Thank you for listening. One love.
And I just want to say thank you, Ras-Mo, for the opportunity given to me and my co-host to actually speak with you this evening. I take it as a real good opportunity, and you may not know how it feels, you know, to speak to a person like you. Many a times we see people on the roadside, as ordinary as they may look, but deep within, you know, they have a bunch of knowledge that's required to be sent out to many other people, and that's what we did here tonight. So I really would like to thank you, and I would like to ask you, upon your road of helping others, ensure that it is done in such a way that many will continue admiring the work that you do, and that work will bear fruits, and even if it goes onto concrete, but it will germinate and to make something prosperous for the future and future generations to come. So, Ras-Mo, I just want to say thank you very much, and I'll play this one just for you, Ras-Mo.
Freedom fighter standing on a mountain in a foreign country, trying to send a message to his people back in the ghetto.
week again will be on if the Lakou program, if God's willing. We'll be having another very informative Lakou program. I'm planning to have Imani's show with us. Just imagine, you know, Ras-Mo to Imani's show.
Sun went down on the mountain. Birds flew back to their hiding place.
And sometime again, I'll be trying to get in touch with the brother Ras-Mo. I hope that Ras-Mo has his number. We went to school together, you know. He Rise Academy, and he's one of the big reggae artists now.
Dreaming of Romeo and Juliet. All he dreams about is the freedom of the nation, when every man will be equal in the eyes of the Lord.
Black version of Ras-Mo.
He closes his eyes for the last time, he said again. I still hear in the house of exile for the love of the nation. I still hear in the house of exile for the love of the nation. I still hear in the house of exile for the love.
This one came from wwith House of Exile. I hope that you enjoyed it as we continue just celebrating African liberation. As I say, Emancipation Day. Tomorrow we'll be having, you know, Emancipation Day. And I'll play this one again just to remind Christopher Columbus that he did not speak the truth to us.
I ain't dying whole, I know. I ain't dying whole, I say. I ain't dying reconsider. I ain't dying see up with that. Christopher Colombo, Caesar. Jam plastic lion. Christopher Colombo, Caesar. Jam plastic lion. And yes, Jack. He's a liar. And he's serving down. He's the first one who discovered Jamaica. I say that. What about the Arawak Indians and the few black men who were down there before him? The Indians could not find no longer. Then here comes black man and woman and children. He's not jumped down longer. I want a whole heap of mix up. A whole heap of bend up. A happy straight. Oh, Christopher Colombo, Caesar. Jack plastic lion. Christopher Colombo, Caesar. Jack plastic lion. And yes, Jack. He's a liar. Yes, he. Yes, he. I am dying longing to go home, within I red breed and go roam. Come on. 12 tribes of Israel. Come on. 12 tribes of Israel. Columbus. Oh, he's a liar, the liar. He's a liar. He never discovered Jamaica. He never. Oh no, he never. Columbus, 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 Columbus. Yes, he's a liar. Oh, damn blasted liar. Yes, he. Yes, he. He's a liar. Colombo.
Well, you know, next week we are going to be having Imani show for sure. Keki. You know why they call you Keki, right? We'll be talking about that next week, Keki. So the guys who went to school together, if you would know why you were called Keki at the Dominica Grammar School.
Columbus, Columbus, Columbus.
Right, so Imani Shaw will be our next
Christopher.
So speaking of him,
Oh, Christopher.
sounds very exciting.
Christopher, Christopher, Christopher. He's a
I'm sure that he'll tell us a little bit about Christopher Columbus, the son of the former president of Dominica. His father was the former president of Dominica. He was also former cabinet secretary. His mom was the principal of schools, schools in Dominica. I know we're going to have a big one next week. Guys, I managed to make your mind up, my brothers. I want to know about the woods, man. I want to know about the hills.
Columbus, 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 Columbus. He never discovered Jamaica, he never. He's a liar. Oh, damn blasted liar. Oh, damn blasted liar. And liar, the liar, the liar, the liar. Columbus, 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 Columbus. Christopher, 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 Christopher. He never discovered Jamaica, he never. Nice, 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 nice Jamaica. Sweet, 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 sweet Jamaica. Oh, a little island Jamaica. Columbus he never discovered. A liar, the liar, the liar, the liar. He never discovered Jamaica, he never. Yes, he. Yes, he. Columbus, Columbus, Columbus. Christopher, Christopher, Christopher. Christopher, Christopher, Christopher. He's a liar, and liar, the liar, the liar, the liar. Rastafari. Rastafari. Massayu, Gavin. Oh, Mr. Gavin. Oh, Marcus, Massayu, Gavin. And they been talking about my Google. Oh, William Gordon. Norman Washington, Madeleine. Including Buster Martin. No one remember old Marcus Garvey. No one, no one. I know. No one, no one. Oh, Mr. Garvey. Oh, Mr. Garvey. Mr. Oh, Marcus Messiah Garvey. Oh, Marcus, oh, Marcus. Oh, Marcus, oh, Marcus. Oh, Marcus, oh, Marcus. Oh, Marcus. Oh, Marcus. Oh, Marcus. Of John the Baptist and work it off. Who put it away to a salsa? Stephen disciples are oh Lord. They stoned it to death. No one remember old Marcus Garvey. No one, no one. Oh, no. No one, no one. Oh, Mr. Garvey. Oh, Mr. Garvey. Mr. Oh, Marcus Messiah Garvey. Oh, Marcus, oh, Marcus. Oh, Marcus, oh, Marcus. Oh, Marcus. Oh, Marcus.
Well, just want to say, old Marcus Garvey, yes, from Burning Spear. You know, Marcus Garvey is a Jamaican, and as you would know, my brother, we in Dominica, some persons are celebrating on the first of August. In Dominica, we are actually doing this on the first Monday of August. Again, good evening to you, my brother.
How are you, Cecil? It's a pleasure. A very nice discussion we had with Ras-Mo. And of course, he spoke about one teacher who struck fear in his heart. Well, I will not call his name, but he was a very good friend of mine. And of course, he coined the name Bottom Brain for me. Obviously, I saw it as a challenge for myself.
At that time?
At the time, when I entered the grammar school, and I entered the grammar school...
Why would he call you Bottom Brain?
In 1965, when I entered the Dominica Grammar School. That was many, many years ago. And
that's like 58 years ago.
Yeah, 58 years ago. Can you imagine? I came into the grammar school 58 years ago. And that was quite a challenge at the time, because to move from first form to sixth form at the grammar school was not an easy feat. To get there was one thing. You can imagine what it was entering the grammar school in 1965. In fact,
why would he call you Bottom Brain from first form?
Oh boy, it's a long story. English and English literature was his forte, you know. And somehow I just happened when he asked. They went and told the sexton. But he had a way when he had literature. He would give you so many questions, and you needed 5 marks. Probably you'd have to. He asked you 20 questions for your last 5 marks, you know, for the term. because we had term and exams. And he said, they went and told the sexton, and the guys couldn't remember. And I was just wondering, what? And somehow I just happened to scratch my rear. And I said, and they went to tell the sexton. They went to tell the sexton. And it was right, you know. But he couldn't believe it. And so the word stayed, the name stayed, and I kept the word.
What name that
the bottom brain.
He just said bottom brain.
Yeah. It seems to me your brain is in your bottom. And
I don't believe that.
And I said to myself, you know what? I've got to take that very seriously. And somehow I've got to finish high school. Now, to finish high school, you had to reach sixth form. Right? Because at the grammar school had first form to sixth form. And I went up to 6B. And then we formed the sixth form college, which we call Sifukol. And guess what? I became the president of the student council of the grammar school and also the president of the sixth form college. The first president, you know. And guys were with me.
You're telling me you're the first president of the Dominican Grammar School?
No, of the sixth form college.
Sixth form college.
When we formed it, in fact, we operated from a small building at the back of the university center, extramural, which we call the School for the Deaf and the Dumb. That's where we operated from, and I had...
That building is still there, you know?
Well, the university building is still there, but the old wooden yeah. Where they had...
Isn't there Mr. Lando's living?
No. It's where Miss Muller, the tutor, resident tutor, at the time, had this building. And we occupied, and fellas like Reginald Amo, who is now Queen Kong AG in Trinidad.
Trinidad and Tobago, yes.
He was with me. St. Bernard Sebastian, who is now Dr. Bernard Sebastian, who was at the OCS financial institution.
And also he was
Mikey Bruni was with me.
He was also, at the time I talk about Dr. Bernard Sebastian, he was director of the Dominican Social Security.
Mikey Bruni was there with me. Samuel Christian, Dr. Christian Sam was there with me. Susan Wati. Quite a number.
Susan, who worked at the time Odi Brisbane.
Yeah, she was my vice president, coming from the convent, because we amalgamated all the high schools, the SME, the Wesley High School, the convent, the grammar school. We all came together to form the sixth form college. And guess how many students were there at the time? 51.
51.
51. And from the grammar school, it was only about 9 of us. 10 of us thereabout to form it. So it's quite a challenge.
So how did it choose bottom brain to be the president?
Well, I emerge. We going through first form, second form, third form, fourth form, fifth form, sixth. We write our GC, and then we go to sixth form, and then we go to college, and then we leave school. We graduate from the college. So I was one of the experiments, but we did very well. And our principal at the time was J.K. Goff. And then we had all this radical, we had Baldricks was with us. And we had all these radical movements when fellas were writing on the wall, Goff must go home. And all these radical ideas.
Goff was a white guy.
Yeah, white guy. He first came to Dominica as my physics teacher. He taught me physics. And we had quite a number of great teachers. Hubert Charles taught me West Indian history. We had Mr. Volney, taught me European history. Dorothy Leafy, English, Alwyn Bully, English, general paper. We had some great teachers there at the time. Key Polidor, English. So, evolving from that, when I heard Ras-Mo talk about him, he struck awe into when he came from Delhi. Because at the time, when you came to the high school from the country, remember, no vehicles coming down, So when you came from Margot, Wesley, those areas, La Plaine, you had to board and lodge in Roseau. or you had to stay in the hostel.
In those days, the truck would come to Roseau Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Yeah.
And Saturday.
Right. So you had
Tuesdays and Thursdays, solemnly they would come to town.
you come to town. The boys would go to the hostel. The grammar school had its own hostel. Guys would stay there, and
just remember the guys who would come would also bring food from.
Oh yeah, they have to bring their dashing, their yam. But you have to bring your provision. That is part of the whole itinerary.
Strange, the food wasn't just for them; it was for the entire family. And those days used to have this big 100-pound bag. Bag.
Oh yes, your sugar bag.
Yeah, your sugar bag to bring food down to town.
And what I find, Cecil, when I really look back and I hear people talking about poverty, the socioeconomic state of the country, it amazes me, Because Cecil, let me tell you something. Don't worry about them in Roseau. Kids in Roseau had to sleep on bedding.
You telling that?
I slept on bedding. And I tell you, we had a butcham.
But not only that. You find even people from, to an extent, Penville, more so, in those days, not 40 years ago, not 45 years ago, recently, before you had the connection of roads, that people from Penville and Capuchin would prefer go to Marygallant to do their shopping because it would take them on their maybe 40 horsepower boat just a few minutes under an hour to get to Marygallant and back. You know what I'm saying? So it was so much easier for them than having to traverse to Portsmouth. You're saying?
I'm saying, in my time when I grew up as a little boy, don't make any fisherman fool you. There was no engine, no motor behind the boat in my time.
Yeah.
If you had to go out to sea in Pottersville, you had to use your sail.
Yes.
I saw fishermen going and catch boat using their sail. No outboard motor.
And their motor would have, maybe some of them would be 20 horsepower.
They had none. None. Mr. Moses had no outboard motor. I saw them fellas going with their boat with sail. No, nothing like, they had to depend on the wind. I never saw them use an outboard motor. In fact, when the fellas had their big seine, where they go to send a coolie under the fort for days and weeks, they had their big boat going out there at sea and rowing. Right now, fishermen going out there to catch their coolie and their mackerel.
They have
yeah, man, they have their outboard motor.
Not any ordinary outboard motor.
No, man, they're 40 horse.
40?
Sometimes 80.
Sometimes 80.
Right? And I remember when I went to the boathouse. Now, the boathouse was covered with trash. What tarpaulin?
Yeah, trash.
Coconut with stick.
Coconut.
Yeah, man, trash. Pie, man. I see houses in Roseau covered with pie,
Yes.
I old enough, to remember that. Pie in Roseau. And when you hear people talking, let me tell you something.
And they would get some Gloricida sticks to actually create their sheds.
Yeah, man. So I saw the fishermen going there rowing with their boat and, frying stones behind fish. And right now is a modern form.
And for me, that's the ungrateful part about life, that many times we don't remember, what we were. And when I say we, let us not blame too much of the 20-year-old who made Dominica the way it is. And the people who are 45 and above knew Dominica totally different, especially those. And let us focus a little bit on the country area, coming to town to go to school and coming to town to go to work. We knew as far back as maybe 1995, 1990, that people did not traverse back and forth to Portsmouth, to La Plaine, and say that they will take they will take the bus
To go back?
to go back.
No, my brother and I. Good night, Wapi. My brother Neville Adams, the fisherman in Bioche, when he came to Roseau on a Friday, he used the crash launch, you know, because there was no road from Bioche to Roseau.
Not even Bioche, from Portsmouth.
No
Because-
road.
Because you come from Vickers in the early days before they built the West Coast Road. People from Vickers, Penville and Thibault, even Capuchin and so on. But maybe Capuchin maybe will go through Portsmouth to take the lighter. But they would have to pass through Woodfordale, Calibishi, Marigot, Wesley, and then come down to
Roseau.
Roseau. Someone wants to say
So
something.
yeah.
Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Cecil. I am listening to Mr. Adams talking about the what do you call it? The sailing with the motor and the sail. Where he's very right. In those days, there was no motor; it's only sail. It doesn't matter what they were going to cut out there. It could be boat, it could be dolphin, it could be lots and lots of flying fish. It's all sail, and these people were very skilled at that. So that's a true statement. Is Mr. Ras-Mo still there, Cecil?
No, he left.
Okay, I had a question for him, but he left already. But anyway, Cecil, I am so thankful for this for Lakou. I have learned so much, and I passing up to my fellow Dominicans here. But some people don't even interested in learning that. It is so uplifting. Thank you for doing that show, and keep doing it so all of us can learn. Because even all the things in my childhood is coming to fruition again, and I can tell my daughter that. So I always teach my daughter. My daughter born here, but she speaks Patois like everybody else, and she does Dominica food, and she just like a Dominican in her own right, but she's born here. So I thankful for that. And one thing you also said that is right, that Mr. Adams said that our people have take away the naturalness of our country and adopt the American lifestyle. And here I am in America, still doing my Dominican thing that I learned in my country. I don't do American stuff. I'm a Dominican from my head to my shoes, and I don't want to change that. I love my culture. Thanks, and I'll see you in the future.
Thank you. Yes. So Adams, we were saying that so people from the northeast, well, I should say even the north, would traverse through the Marigot area to get to Roseau, and at that time you had the Lakou Park where people would pass before actual construction of the Kinfield Road, and it was not so easy, because those periods, Adams, you had to wake very early. At least you had to find yourself waiting the truck at 2:30 to get to Roseau for 7 o'clock. Now today you can literally leave Penville if you're working in Roseau and drive to Roseau, leave Penville at, let's say, 6:30 to get to work for 8 o'clock. If you live in Penville, you can also pass through the back
to Portsmouth
to get to what you call this place, to pass through the Tatan Road and so and to get through Portsmouth and get to Roseau.
Yeah.
So you can also leave almost at 6:45 to get to Roseau for 8 o'clock. So we have seen the transformation and we have seen the graduation of Dominica. And I think we as a people, we need to sit back a bit and look at what we have achieved as a people. if we remove the political connotations and the political biasness inside of our DNA, we would be able to see where we came from and what we have achieved.
Let me give you an instance. When I left the sixth form college and I went to work with my father, who was a road supervisor at the time, in the Grand Bay area, we went to camp in Bagatelle, in the health center there, which was a wooden house. Can you imagine? The health center in Bagatelle, and if they listen, they can call me, was a wooden building, my brother. A Kaiboa. That's where we camp, in that building. People say that was the health center. And there was no lights. Buzai, in 1975, there was no light in Bagatelle. There was no light in Petit Savan. There was no light in Fort Saint-Jean.
But
there was no light in Fab.
In the mid 1980s, I think maybe 84, 83, 84, 85. I think that's when vehicles actually got lights.
Well, look, man. So when I went there with my father, leaving Roseau, he tell me I'm going to be a tally clerk. I said, what? When I reached there, no light, so in about 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock, the dark. I see people with light, bottle in their hand, no torchlight, buzai, kerosene, and they're traversing from Bagatelle to go down to Fort Saint-Jean using buzai. Come on. So when I see the evolution of Dominica in terms of electricity, reaching those areas, it's amazing. And for us to go to watch the movie projector, fellas, Ayub Deeb playing movies, so you go there with a generator to watch movies in the village. So, it's rather strange that we are seeing an evolution in terms of the electrification. We're now talking about geothermal energy. We're not talking all these things.
And we have to give praise to the forefathers of this land. For instance, E. Olibla, the work that he was able to do in terms of convincing the British government for the West Coast Bridge, it was amazing. He literally had to convince them that he was going to build, I think, a highway, something of that sort, to help, the expansion of road network in Dominica.
Right, because that's very important.
In those days, up to maybe the 70s, early 70s, late 60s into the 70s, that you had to go to Portsmouth, catch a lighter. That lighter a lighter is a small boat, a boat.
Mm-hmm. We call it gabote.
That would move from Portsmouth to Collioure, so which means people from Dublin and Bioche would maybe have to find themselves going to Collioure. And from Collioure, the next stop, I think it was St. Joseph. Mm-hmm. So which means that the people from Salisbury, Coolibistry, Montrachet, and so on, to get to Roseau, they would have to go to get that lighter in St. Joseph. But I think after St. Joseph, you would have gotten transportation to get to
Roseau. But there was no connection between Bioche, Collioure, and those areas.
Right.
Because you had no road. Mm-hmm. So you had to traverse through water, this Caribbean Sea. So when I hear people talking, just the other day they link these communities with Roseau, with the capital. Yeah. So a lot of development has taken place. And I hear people keep saying, as though things are so rough. And I keep saying, my goodness me, don't they know? Let me tell you something. In Roseau, in the 1950s, they're about 58. Those bourgeois, so-called elites, they had no toilet,
Yeah. What when you said 50s?
Mm-hmm. 50s, 57, 58. Toilet in Roseau. You know of any toilet? No,
Well,
flushing toilet in Roseau?
I would even, I don't know about the
I'm not
bourgeois.
just asking you. You know of any flushing toilet in Roseau when you grew up in Finchley Lane?
Well, that's what I was about to tell you. I know, I think, yes. I think I would have known.
A flushing toilet?
Maybe, you know. I'll tell you who I think had flushing toilet.
Boy, you're lucky.
Because they were looking like they were the elites. I think Miss Burton had flushing toilets, the house that she had. I can vouch that.
Don't put your hand in your mouth. Your hand in your mouth, you know.
I can say that the house of Janice Pierre, Janice Jajak, and Hazel Shillingford Ricketts. No, it's Janice.
In the 50s, that's so? You know, sure it's not the 60s.
No, I'm not talking about 50s. I was not wrong in the 50s.
Well, I'm telling you, in the 60s, you're talking 70.
Yeah,
but I'm putting my head on the block. Historically speaking, in the 1950s, 57, 58, no toilet.
I cannot speak for
in Roseau.
I cannot speak for when I wasn't wrong.
But I'm speaking to that period, and somebody can call me and tell me, we had flushing toilet.
But I know somewhere in this mid-70s that I can almost vouch that Malvayo, that is the mother of Philip Potter, had toilet. At that time, Potter was the president of the World Council of Churches.
Reverend Philip Potter.
Yes, I think it's a Methodist.
But you're talking 70s, eh?
Talking 70s, right?
Yeah, and I will go along with you.
Yeah, I think Ted Daly, living 41, Fields Lane, a mother had a flushing toilet. I think Miss Burton, the teacher, on Fields Lane had.
You can almost count the number of flushing toilets in Roseau on your fingers.
I think Miss Mary had a flushing toilet. I think also.
You don't think it's a tongue they had now? Because, but let me tell you something. In school, we had a tank. All you hear shh.
I think
the
Bernard family. I think Alvin Bernard and them. Remember, their father was working at Dowasco.
I know.
So he would have had the know-how.
The technology
to get that done.
But that's a home, okay?
Yes.
If the flushing toilets reached Roseau, it would have to be in the early mid-60s and in the 70s.
Well, I know for me, I saw, or I had the luxury of having a flushing toilet in 1977.
Oh man,
when I went to Bafa State,
yeah.
March of 1977. When I went to Bafa State, that's when I could.
You could sit down comfortably. But whilst you were in Roseau, you didn't have that, Cecil. Don't lie on you.
I never said I had it in Roseau. When I was in Roseau, my mother and my father, they both would either take us on interns, that's children, to go to the not to the river. We were not going to the river. We were going where this big anchor was on the bayfront.
On the bayfront, yeah.
At the time the post.
But let me throw something. You know what our toilet paper was, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the toilet paper was? Newspaper, you know.
Well,
newspaper, kite paper,
and stones,
flat stone, right, and cloth. That was our toilet, you know.
The cloth you had to throw it. The stones by the bay or by the river.
You have to throw that.
The newspaper you have to.
You have to wet that because that would. You have to wet that before you.
You
cut.
That's to say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Cecil, good evening.
Vado. Imagine, Vado. I said Vado. You know why?
Cecil.
Hold on, Vado. Hold on, Vado.
Cecil.
Hold on.
Don't come so.
Hold on, Vado. Listen, I'm going to tell you. Well, Vado, listen. Vado, hold on. I find sometimes, Vado, you're not listening. You don't like to listen.
Listen, Vado.
Listen for one moment, please.
Listen, Vado.
I was at a show last night. And I found it was strange that you were not present at that show. So I said I was going to find out why you were not at that show.
Well, last night, this weekend, have some it's Carabana weekend in Canada.
In Canada?
Yes, it's Carabana weekend. Yesterday was Carabana Saturday, you know.
You in Canada?
Yes, that's when I had my accident. So it's kind of painful memories, you know. So I just kept quiet at my house.
Okay, so I thought you in Dominica. I know I saw some of your people and I did not see you there, so I was wondering what went wrong.
No, it's just me. Just me.
Right away, you wanted to give me a maple.
I had to do my reflections, you know, on how I'm alive and praise God and whatever. So I kept a low profile
Your
for
daughter?
the weekend. That's all.
How's your daughter?
Oh, my daughter is fine. She's good. I spoke to her today. She's good. She's good. Let me tell you now. Everything is good.
You're on your toilet.
That's my reason. I just kept a low profile this weekend. Remember,
And I hope
my
you,
accident
I hope you
was
wasn't, I hope you wasn't going.
August 5th, you know, Cecil.
I hope you wasn't those on the wall by the river on the.
Let me tell you now, Cecil, dear, caught in a style. Don't worry, Cecil, you know. Cecil full of it. Because let me tell you, and Cecil, Irish said hi to you. Eh? Remember Irish by Zabo when
Yes, till I said hi. Irish by Zabo talking about.
When your mother sent you for book and Zabo and Irish should tell you.
We don't go to talk my business like that. You.
Let me tell
Quiddy.
you, Rosa, you went in those houses you mentioned there to know they had flushing toilets.
But they were my neighbors. I had to bathe by Janice and Pierre.
Yes, I know they were your neighbors in Fisley.
I had to bathe by Janice and them.
Did you go in the houses to know if they had flushing toilet because you know it's ugly willy that used to bring you know it's ugly willy that used to bring their number 2.
You have bad tongue for real.
The anchor there. And remember by the anchor the toilet.
Who's that?
By the anchor by Potong Hotel there.
Yes, Stay Mother used to be the lady giving us the toilet paper there.
The toilet right there.
Yes, by Fort Young.
But then after Cecil, when you go by the river with your mother to wash because it's not over the wall you used to poo-poo.
All of us did that. Every one of us did that.
I did that because we didn't have flushing toilet in Roseau. I don't know flushing toilet until I'm late. So come on, let's be real.
But I never said that flushing toilet. I only said that flushing toilet in 1977 in Baptist State.
You went to Baptist State, then you knew flushing toilet because in the Patrick John houses had toilets.
I agree.
But when you were in Fields, then you didn't have toilets.
I never said I had. Vado.
Oh.
I never said I had.
Okay, no, I just said about the names you mentioned there, didn't you? You went in the house to know if they had toilet, where it was King Kaka that used to go to carry the buckets to the bay.
I know Vayo had one because Vayo had the
by the river over the wall by jewelry there. I used to do my thing over the wall. Hey, Mr. Lambs.
Yeah, Vado, you're right, you know.
Yeah,
King Kaka, we that used to go in King Kaka, man.
There's no shade in that area, but I did it. I enjoyed it as a child. And, but after elevated, so you've seen a lot of them in Roseau there. When I enter those places, because most of the homes are business places now in Roseau, I think to myself, but yes, so the liquor house, and they up in the veranda, and they lead it also, bourgeois also. I think what the house was small. How many of them in that room? When I go there now, imagine I went to a barber shop right on King George Fish Street last week. Because now, and that was resident. When you saw the people, you think about the bourgeois.
Those there was bourgeois.
I bourgeois go to when I went in the house, I said, smoke, so the upstairs is a one bedroom we children. Now our children have one bedroom with Mr. Adams. And the kitchen small. I can say, for example, I'm not calling.
Veranda fake you, the veranda fake you.
I not when I went there to have a pedicure last week, that because that's a business. I said, so the lady was playing big matador in Wozo, you couldn't walk nice like Mr. Adams, you could not walk nice like that lady when she got she's deceased now. And when that lady walking in Rose, a little house, a little kitchen, you can hardly turn. But her children were educated, she did well. But when she in Roseau, I said,
bourgeois, Moulin West Roseau.
Today, how ungrateful our people are.
Yes.
Adams,
yes.
Why Dominicans ungrateful, Roseau people ungrateful. Because 20 years ago, that never existed. They don't know that. They have their own bedrooms today. They have their bedroom big like whatever. On bedding, they used to sleep 20 years ago, peanuts biting you. And today, man, the children have come for television in their bedrooms. I never knew TV. By Raffle, we have to go and pet each other to see like Cecil, to see TV. By Raffle.
I used to go by the market. By the market, I used to go.
By the market, we are caught seals. That's where the TV. By the market, by who?
Huh?
By the market, by who?
By the man who was working on the bay, at the bay.
Who?
Melcher.
Who?
Melcher.
By Melcher? Melcher not Pottersville. Rose,
no,
I'm talking about Melcher's Pottersville.
No, not Melcher. I know what I'm talking about. Where KFC has a building there now? Where Irony used to be living.
Mr.
Nathan, that's correct. Thank you.
Yeah, well, Nathan had like the idea, for it to come on his step and he can shame you when he wants. Of course, Nathan had style. Nobody has to go by Raffle. Right by Raffle.
Where you live, you know what amazes me now?
Yes.
And I find, so I have to say some people to comparison.
Yes.
They can take me to task. Do you know what it was to go down to the river with your mother to wash clothes and chochi, hit it on the stone with a lash?
About it. I said
and you have to ring that.
I said it. How many of them not putting him down, but how many of them holding their mother close, and their base on her head and going by the river? And let me tell you, and they have to cover you because you have to sit down there and watch your mother wash all her clothes. And son, and they put in a big stone in case the river overflows.
As soon as they arrive, they back in the stone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
they're taking a sheet that they have to wash and they make it sit on the stones.
That was fun.
Oh, but
that's what we grew up. That was it. So now I have Russian toilet. Now I fresh. But when I grew up in the 60s, 70s. I knew no Russian toilet.
Anyway, Vadu.
Let's be real.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yes,
thanks for communicating.
Let's be real. But
yes, man. All right.
Fun. Yeah. It was fun.
And as Vadu said, let us be real.
Right.
Because today we have a more enlightened society. When we look at some of the efforts that some people would have made to ensure that we have a better life.
Life, man.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, Cecil. And with me again, let me tell you something. You know the first public place that a toilet in Roto, flushing toilet?
That?
Do you know, either you or Brain know the first public place in Roseau to have a flushing toilet? I'm not from Roseau, So
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. The health center, where the ministry is there now, that was the health center before. That was the first place to have flushing toilet. All other places was split toilet. Split toilet, and that was probably in the mid-60s, like that. Flushing toilet.
Let me ask you now, since we're talking Lakou, Maho, when did Maho get its first flushing toilet?
After that. Way after that. The same person that built the one in the health center in Ruru, that's the person that started building them in Mahu and a lot of places in Dominica.
So you would say Maho would get its first flushing toilet in the 1970s then?
In the before the 70s, about the late 60s.
Late 60s, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the first house to have it was Mr. Is either Samuel House. Samuel or what was the other name? No, they were Esprit. Yeah. Hey, brains, I know that because my father built that, man.
Okay, thank you.
And there was two guys with him because they were working in health and they started it. He couldn't read and write, but they used to get the jobs and build it for him. They were the Hill brothers. Teacher Ivo that had married to Grell, her father, and Jeffrey Hill, Big Six, their father, these two brothers. And they used to do that together, man. My father built that. My sister used to, he couldn't read and write. My sister used to read the dimensions for him at night, And he go in next day, and build this thing, And that once, when I don't know if all the fellas can remember the massacre. So a guy, he had gone overseas to do tank work and thing, I can call his name. He dead now, may his soul rest in peace, good man, Alan Ambrose. He thought he could build one. And when he built it, it wasn't working. They had to get my father to go and fix it. And he didn't know how to make the covering. He put all the wood inside of it. I know all the dimensions for a house with, let's say, 6 people up to a big building, the dimensions for a septic tank. Yeah, man. I can do that. I should figure out how to do that. Anyway, guys, thank you.
Thank you.
No, very importantly, mention.
Just hold on, right?
Yeah.
Just hold on. Good evening.
Yes, Mr. Joseph, Fireman touching base. Good evening to Rivernick and the world. Good evening to Mr. Brain. Now, Mr. Joseph, you said something about Mr. Nathan. You know that was the movie house really and truly for Pottersville and Roseau River.
Yeah.
By that river there. You know that? That
Yes,
was
for
the
sure.
movie house. Steve Austin, Barney Kuman. If you can't find, imagine you have to walk in your seat. Because that was big movie house. Trust me. That's why I'm telling you, my lord. That's why I have to burn and fire and defend my little country. I don't, nobody can talk for me. That's why I'm telling you. I don't bring in no crack, no cocaine, no gun. Nobody got them nothing. That's in my country. You know what I'm saying? No. You can buy them tin. Used to put the milk in. Them Dutch lady tin.
Yes.
You know that was some serious toilet all over the place.
Yeah, for sure. I know that. That I
Let me tell
know.
you something, boy. Let me tell you something. You know, young fellas troublesome looking for things, just like to be in thing, and you know well. But when things burst in your face, I tell you, let me tell you something, boy. You know, plastic and thing, let me tell you something. Right now, I tell you, that's why I say, world boss, Honorable Prime Minister, Roosevelt Sketbar, I love you and honor you. Don't matter what people say about you. Fireman have to defend you. You is a great man. Because I tell you, really and truly, a lot of things the brother doing there right now there. It's supposed to happen long time already. You know what I'm saying? And I realize now, anytime you're doing good thing for your country and your people, you're a communist, is everything bad. When you're doing bad things for the slave masters and them now, you're the best thing, but who jobless no one cares. My lord, that country go through too much things, really and truly. Don't think of it for yourself. Right now, as I say, that's why I say right now we're living like kings and queens in our country, Prince and princesses, We can be doctor, we can be lawyer, we can be a whole heap of different things as human beings now. We're in a different era. Right now we have a right to vote how we want, when we feel like. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it real. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say if we don't build our country, somebody is going to build it for us. And then we're going to complain more again and we'll have more problems. So we have to build our country and look at where we was, look at where we were today. And in spite of everything, I sure it is CBI that going all that, right? Yes or no?
You're
correct.
You're correct. You're very correct.
I sure it is CBI, Mr. Brin and Mr. Joseph that doing all them great wonders working in our country. They no matter what people say. You know what I'm telling you? And when people talk about China and things, I tell them that China never carry us nowhere out of no rest wherever we was, And when you watch it good, for all that come to our island and our country, or you want to call it. China is one of the countries I can say, as a man that born and raised in River, because nobody got them what they want. The work I see China do, no other country, not America, not England, none of them. Bring you know that for a fact. Mr. Joseph know that for a fact. None of them never do the work and the gift and the blessing that China given to our little country. Yes or no?
You're correct.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why, no matter what people say, we have to have one voice. So when people talking their garbage, China don't do nothing to us. China more come and elevate and motivate us. And if we see where the Chinese them attitude, with their better country and with better people, tell the world like that. I telling you, China doesn't complain. Work they work and do what we have to do, but without their complaining and frying down. Now the CBI doing great movement for them. We, some of us that in the country trying to be leaders of the country now, trying to destroy the same CBI that trying to over and do things in our country for we and our people. We also have a problem. But we have a serious problem. Get it straight. As you say, in tin people should be shitting, in plastic. Back from was a problem. As you say, the same little place, Stefan, there was the movie house. You have to come there 6 o'clock. If you don't come there 6 o'clock, you right at the back, you have a problem. You have how much kind of action? You know that, Mr. Joseph? It's a whole heap of argument and it was sit and space. You know what I'm saying? Right now, we don't have that in a new era now. So we get in places. So we have to do what we have done for our country and our people. You know what I'm saying? So any kind of body, I tell them, you see me, Mr. Joseph, you have given me a time in your program to have my own show, because you see me have a lot of
I was just about to tell you, I may have to give you, because I need you to give us the history of Kwaputong. Both by Dexia and
you have to say Kwapo, you have to say Mr. Rupert Batley. You have to say Mr. Rupert Batley.
No, I didn't. Cecil, to be quite honest with you, that I knew his name as Rupert Batley, but I never knew that the areas were called Rupert Batley Tong. It was called Kwapo Tong.
No, Kwapo City they call it.
Kwapo City, sorry, Kwapo City. You're correct. I want to talk about the Kwapo City by where Dowasco is at present, where DB where as I just said, Dowasco is at present in Goodwill. And I also want to talk to you about, right now we're seeing a parking spot, a parking space there. Once upon a time there was just a whole set of grass in the area, and your daddy had his home there been built.
You see that area you're talking about? You don't realize that you have a kind of big concrete structure in that place there.
We're not going to talk about that now. Let's not talk about. I'm going to invite you to do on our program.
Yeah. You see, no, because I tell you, my lord, that's why I tell you, my lord, the past opposition leader, they can't come and tell me nothing. Would you bless my uncle? You see, Tilly, Momo, I can call, but I can tell them members and members, but as I tell you, them have to come, because I find some people are too evilous and malicious, and they're too bitter and sour. I must realize we live in a world today, no man not perfect. We live in a crazy world in one way or the other. As I say, we have to be ourselves. We can't be nobody else. When people doing bad things, we don't follow bad things.
So what I'm going to tell you, Cecil, is that meet me this week so we can organize when you're going to come on the radio program with me. That is the Lakou.
Well, actually, as Bado say, already Labour family does strad. So right now I out of land. You know what I'm saying? But I end them are rolling.
When you return?
I supposed to roll in already, but the flights now. That's why it says we have to
when you return. When you return, let's organize ourselves.
Yeah. Okay. So before I roll out now, Mr. Joseph and Mr. Bryn, we need to collect a little money to get a little plane, even a 52-seater, because for the past time now, St. Martin and Rivernica are so close and have a serious relationship. And for it to find it now, we already have a flight full, it do have space. I think we have to do better than that, trust me. You see? So all the people have the money, they're talking and crying down and kissing. Let's get ourselves together and buy a plane for our country and for our people, so everybody get benefit. Anyway, I'm listening there because I know they call the program. When the right time come, I have to burn the fire.
Yes,
because
man. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Joseph, this is our country before I roll out. If we don't build our country, nobody is going to do it for us.
That's correct.
We have to do what we have to do.
Thank you.
Good evening to you, is a great man. Mr. Wa, I love that man. The William family in America, big troublesome fellow, Reverend Bib. Mr. Joseph, your family, Lady Ahuj, the man family in America. Good evening to all from Fireman. Up and running, Fireman running, blessed up and listening.
Thank you. Yeah. So coming back to what it was. If we have to look back way back as 1978, we're not going very far. When we became an independent state, we know that our infrastructure wasn't the best. So even after we became an independent state, 10 years later, a lot of the infrastructure that we expected to have had, we didn't have it. So that means 1988. And so we have to give kudos to the work that the present administration is actually doing. And I want us to eliminate politics. Why I'm saying that is, if we have to look at health, prior to 2005, we had no ICU, no
intensive care
unit, where people could get treated in such a way that between life and death, and to get them to survive.
Right, but keep that thing on health. It disturbed me when I heard someone using infant mortality rate was on the rise. A doctor who is no longer in working within the health institution, but the government, making mention of that. And when you talk about infant mortality rate, it is an indicator of poor health in the country. And I heard when the Minister of Health, Mr. Kasani Laville, said that the infant mortality rate had dropped by 50%. So he gave statistics. And I was rather pleased, because I know, for instance, the kind of care, and it troubled me a lot, especially when I know we have spent so much money training midwives. Right now, you have a number of nurses who have their degrees in nursing. And I know that I have been there with my daughters-in-law, and they took good care of her, took good care of them, my own children, in terms of when they were making their children, the care they got. So I couldn't understand why a person would be saying a thing like that. Because when you go to the area, the maternity ward, and you see the type of care that they get.
Not only that.
And you have been there yourself, Cecil.
When you look at our present day equipment, health, and what we are able to know.
With the children, the cubic, what they call them, where the children who are born prematurely, where they place them in that special facility where, they can get all the necessary care. So I found it troubling.
Well, I don't want to say I found it troubling. I just think that many people are more or less relating their emotional decision based on the political sides, and I try to do my best not to be in that category. What I like to do is to look as to what I had before, and what I had before and what I have now. And so when we look at Dominica and its progression, if we have to take a progress report, we would have seen the kind of Dominica that we are now existing in. And the only reason why we can talk about some of these things, on the contrary, is because many of us are shocked and taken aback that we have reached thus far, and the way that we are actually moving. When we look at, as a country, where we were 30 years ago, I don't want to say that we were stellar in position of the OECS, but right now, when you look at our GDP and the growth of our GDP, we look as we are in the top of the OECS, if not maybe in close second to the top, and that those things are important when we look at the issues of education. I saw this week or last week, some people were giving claim that central government is owing how much millions of dollars to educational institutions. But what I respond to that is, for the government to be owing that, it means that that they received that service. That is to say that people got educated, people got the necessary requirement that would allow them to be who they are. The state did not give them that burden of either going to the bank or to be bonded, because some of them, if they were bonded, the government would have gotten back the money and having to pay back to the necessary institutions, because a few of them have not returned. No, I'm saying that if you are claiming that the government is actually owing that sum of money, I want to say it's because the opportunity was given to you. Either you were given a partial scholarship or a full scholarship. That's the only reason why central government would be owing. And so I really want to tell families, let us not take a bad thing, as you would want to put it, and rejoice. It's not about rejoicing as to the government is not been able to pay, if that is a fact. I know that the Ministry of Education has indicated differently in terms of payments being made. And so it's important that we understand. Let us not do things on emotion, but let us look at the facts and what the facts actually read.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, and you went on education, but there was something going on in social media in terms of a lady in Fonkole, your community, in Roseau North. You know Fonkole very well. Your dad is from that area. And one lady was claiming that she was still staying in the health center, somewhere there, community center. But when the facts came out, the people in government had actually spoken to her. The land that she had was not her own. She was a squatter. And government had regularized, regularizing her by allowing her to get the land at $1 square foot. And that there were mechanisms in place for her to get her home. It was just a matter of time. And she went on social media, and one person in the media, person who claims to be a media man, was putting that out on social network, giving the rights as though the lady was there and nothing was being done for her.
You're talking about the lady who was at the
well, you know the lady, you know.
The lady that was at the center, the community center?
Yeah, you know that lady.
But that lady, I know her very well. She's
but
my friend.
Her. Your friend.
We knew each other.
You all were tight.
We know each other very well. We are tight to this present day. Of course. She was one of the persons after Maria that I had conversation with. I discussed with her in reference to the $1 that you're talking about, and that she could have taken advantage of the area where she was living higher up in the Fonkole area. And she the question she asked me was where she's getting the money from. My response to her is that you're doing a particular job, and by virtue of that particular job, you can literally put some monies aside to purchase that land. And I indicated to her that she would have had to move from the community center because the people of the Fonkole area would require that community center for the purposes that it is meant for, and not the purpose that you're now having it. And she insisted that she wasn't going to move. And I told myself, in any civilized society, if you have functional institutions and functional departments, that this lady would have been given that kind of runaround that you would have given central government for moving from where she is. And you realize I use the present tense. Would not suffice, and I think wisdom must take precedent over ignorance or over emotions, because some people tend to think, oh, if you take me out, I'll go. I will go to the courts. But what can the courts do for you? That's not your property. That's the property of the state. Where you are, you're squatting, but the state is still telling you that we're willing to give you the property for $1, like they did from many other persons who squat in the Fonkole area, and today will see what they have made of themselves. And it's not about party politics. We know, and everybody knows, if you go again and look at the statistics, that the Roseau North constituency, when they voted in the past, they voted heavily for an opposite party. Besides one election in 2009. But the Fonkole area, by and large, even amidst what government would have done in terms of concretize the road, make it better for the people of Fonkole, in terms of selling the land at $1 a square foot for them, and even by virtue of the living standard is totally different and better, they would have, as their choice, voted for the party of their choice. And so it is not about, and I always tell the young lady, it's not about who you think you support. That's why the government is doing this. The government is doing this because they need access to their own property. They need access to do what the building is placed for to do. And so I know there's no way if I was the mayor this time that the kind of headaches that she's given or was given, I would have agreed to it.
Yeah, but I know the government has made it quite clear they're going to build the house for her. From all reports.
I know that they were going to build the house for her.
And they've already told her that they're going to build the house for her. So I do not see why all that. Why?
I think her present parliamentary representative has spoken to her.
Right, so I don't see why she's giving all that. And all these media people, well, not all, some of them are using her as a scapegoat towards creating mischief.
And that's the problem I have with people. You have your political side, and yes, fine, have your political side. That is your right to have your political side. But it is not fair to give information that are not factual. You know what I'm saying? Don't give half truths, or don't give lies. Say what the truth is. The truth might offend you to say it, but nothing wrong to say, yes, I was told that I have to move. Yes, I think I should move. Yes, I have refused the apartments, or I have refused the $1 square foot, because A, B, C, D, F, G, and your reasoning might be justified. Who knows? Based on the reasoning that you would give, but it's not fear of anyone. You know what I'm saying? Where central government has gone out. And when I talk about central government, I'm talking about the apparatus of central government would have gone out and tried to do the necessaries to help you, that you would have think contrary.
Right, because that's what I found was quite interesting and disturbing. Because if you have the facts and you know that they have given you all the information as to when, and given you a timeline as to when they're going, in other words, the intention is to do it for you. Give you access to the land, as they have done in the case of many people in Fonkole at $1 square foot. You know that the land is given to you. You're squatting on it. It's just a matter of acquisition. You know? And I know you used to be working, or you have the capacity to do work. And for you to be transmitting the information which is not true to people who come just for the purpose of making government look bad.
But you see,
it's not fair.
Also, what should have been done by the particular media house that did it is that they have the right themselves to speak to the necessary government
agencies,
and to get
the facts,
to get the information that is required. And from what the people would say to you, you'll determine what the facts are. You by asking questions. You cannot make a statement on just one side of the fence. You have to have a balanced story. And I've always said to people that it's important that if you have a balanced story, it doesn't matter what side of the fence that it hurts. Once you have the balanced story, it helps, you know. But we'll have to continue some other time.
Right. Well, I wanted just to put that on the table. Cecil, what I see happening also is that coming September, if there is no money in the country, as some people are trying to make us believe, you know, for instance, that there is been a reconstruction of the public service in terms of what I would call ratifying certain positions. And you know he's going to call central government about $6 to $7 million this month. Because at the end of September, persons will be getting in some positions as much as 13%. And some people will be getting 3%. And when I look at the wage bill that the Minister of Finance told us about, it would be between $6 and $7 million that government will have to find for these new positions. My question
you see, many times people tend to look at just the positions. So central government would have to pay that $6 billion to these employees of theirs. But government, there are other benefits, or there are other things that government have to pay within that increase of salaries. And one of it would be that of Social Security. So we have not yet looked at Social Security for that of central government. We're looking at the hard figures that will be paid to the individuals. And if government has to include that of Social Security, the cost, the quantum of expense will be more.
Yeah. Let me throw something at you quickly, Cecil. Credit union. The credit union reported the amount of millions they make on an annual basis. And
National Credit Union?
The credit unions, right?
Oh, the credit unions.
The credit unions.
Okay.
And for instance, now they're being asked to make their contribution. And I heard when Clarence calculated it, it would be just a matter of 12 cents, based on where the amount that they make. Basically, the highest figure would be about 12 cents every month that they would have to pay, not necessarily from the people who are members of the credit union, but rather from the profits that the credit union makes.
It's on the profits.
Right. So if let's say, for instance, that the credit union...
investment.
On the investment. Let's say, for instance, you're running a business and you're making, let's say, every year you make 7 million as your 4 million. And by the time you calculate from the profits that you make, you'll be paying, let's say, 200,000 from a profit of $4 to $5 million. Because government has been paying that for you in terms of the services that you, when you have your board members, your meetings, and the government pays that for you. And you are now asked from your profit to make a contribution to central government. What do you have a problem with it? How do you see it? My final word on that.
Let's look at the National Credit Union. The National Credit Union has a membership of over 50,000, over 50,150 people. That's the membership of the credit union. It's over that. And the credit union, the National Credit Union, has a investment portfolio in terms of assets of over $750 million. And so what the government is requesting of you is, from your investment, $100,000. And by law, it's not that central government is now creating the law, or it's not now that the government of Dominica looking to create the law. The law is already there. And all the central government is doing is to inform you that as of now, based on what the law has stated, that you would have to pay based on your investment portfolio to the government of Dominica. So I see no problem in that type of investment to the government of Dominica. The other thing is that we have to understand as to looking at the harmonized laws of the region. And I sense in terms of looking at other countries in the region, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Trinidad, the harmonized law that they are putting together, all coming towards ensuring that these cooperatives make payments to that of central government, like how they would ask offshore banks, how they ask the
banks,
insurance and the banks, financial institutions. And so it's not something that the credit union is accustomed to, but the fact remains that whatever the government is asking you, it is not an illegal act. It is not taking from you what you don't have. every credit union has a different
rating,
different portfolio asset portfolio. Sorry. So what the credit union of the National Credit Union has, the Granby Credit Union does not. So, for instance, the Granby Credit Union may have, let's say, 9,000 members. The asset base will not be that of the same of the Central Credit Union, who may have had 16,000 people. So each of those credit unions will have a different amount that will be paid. So it's not like the National Credit Union going to pay 100,000, the Granby Credit Union going to pay 100,000, the Marigold Credit Union going to pay 100,000. That's not what it is. Or Central going to pay 100,000. That's not what it is. You know,
it's based on your asset base.
Based on your asset base that you will pay. You know, and each of us should know what our asset base is in terms of our credit union. For instance, I am a member of the National Credit Union, so I make it my business to know what amount of asset that you have, and my own is 750,000. And I know that based on what the government has indicated, that you will be paying, the credit union will be paying $100,000.
Yeah, the asset base is 750 million.
Right.
$750 million.
Right. So.
Yeah. So I just thought I would just throw that in the discussion. So because you see, some people are not, you know, if we don't educate them in terms of what is happening, in terms of what is being transmitted there, in terms of their contribution, persons will tend to think, and I hear it in Roseau when I travel, that people trying to destroy the credit union. That's the view that's being pushed out there. So if the people are not educated in terms of what it is government is doing with the credit union, and they're not educated, it means that they have a different perception that is being pushed out there to them in terms of the true picture as to what government intention is and how it will not really, or it will not affect the credit union in terms of being able to continue doing business. That we have to always let the people know that, because there are other forces that work to trying to dismantle government intent. That's what I always tell people. When we come, we need to really, from time to time, take a little time out to educate the people in terms of what
I think the budget was passed. It is a well thought of budget, and I just believe that the people who are accustomed of saying contrary things to what they think is correct will always get a reason to want to jump onto something.
Well, budget is about 1.2 billion.
They have not spoken about the fact that the same thing have been implemented for the insurance companies,
right,
or the financial institutions.
And I hope we can take a leaf, because I was rather, it caused a lot of discussion when the Prime Minister visited Marigot, and one by the name of Brian Linton, who is the deputy chairman of the village council, was able to move around with the team, the Prime Minister and his team, enter into the discussion and dialogue, and wish for things for his community with the PAL rep, the new PAL rep for Marigot. I found it was rather interesting. Do we intend to see it continue? Will that dialogue communication continue?
The person that in the rules was carried is he's not about whether you support labor, workers, or freedom. He looks at your capacity always, and if you lack capacity, he helps in developing that capacity that you might be lacking.
Is this a new way forward?
No,
are we seeing a new approach by opposition forces? Because I heard the leader of the opposition herself saying "les bons, des bons." Is this a new approach? Is this a change?
I saw the opposition leader give him kudos and thanking the Honourable Prime Minister. He was absent, but he's people who work
in his ministry,
the office of the
Prime
Minister was able to assist her in quick time, and she complimented the work that these individuals would have done for her in helping another person, and that's what's important in terms of our discuss. We need to see that when it is fine, and when it is bad, it is bad. And when people visit us, they have, and we expect that.
What I would like to see with the new approach in terms of governance is that opposition forces, it's government. Government is not only those who are in authority to govern.
That's what we need to teach
but
people.
Opposition is part of government. People tend to think government is scary.
I think we have to start that from the schools now. Civics or social studies should now start introducing this to
government.
To people.
When you hear government, it's
people,
both the ruling party and the opposition.
When
you're in parliament, you're government. You know, so social civics. Government means the people who are in parliament.
That's correct.
And they have the responsibility to govern the country. So opposition and the ruling party must work together to develop the country. That not that you cannot criticize, but the whole aim is for us to think in terms of Dominica going forward and improving in its quality of life. So that is a lesson we have to teach. Civics is important.
And I hope that, what we are seeing and we are witnessing now is a sign of better things to come between both sides of the opposition and that of
central government.
government.
Finally, before we go, West Indies won 2 in a row. Your comments before we leave? 2 in a row. We won the award the 2020 today. India scored 150.
T20.
Yeah, T20. They scored 152.
India scored 152. The West Indies scored
158. 156 or
156 for
8. For 8.
Won by 2 wickets.
By 2 wickets.
And the match before that, West Indies scored 149. And
they scored 144.
One scored 144.
Is this a beginning? Is this a change? Can we put our hands in the air and say, Anuhele hooray?
I think we are seeing a greater commitment by the guys. The guys have realized that in the ODI they did not make it to the World Cup, and that they now need to remove in the eyes of their many fans that shame. And some persons might want to tell you that India doesn't have the force of their team. I'm not 100% to repeat that. I think India has given us a team that is better for T20. Gill, who is a very good batsman,
good batsman,
and he has not been doing well for the T20. The probability the next game he might not be playing, I don't know. I'm not an Indian, so I am not in a position to say that. But I can see the commitment of the team. I think the captaincy, Powell. We need to lament on the fact that he is showing some kind of prominence, that he really wants his team to move forward. He really wants the team to continue to do well and to continue to do good.
What about your man from St. Lucia?
From St. Lucia, you're talking about Sammy?
Sammy.
Well, Sammy
is he creating a new belief in West Indies?
Well, Sammy has never lost belief in the guys. I mean, even when we lost the one days, Sammy did not lose that faith in the guys. And even if India is to come back and win 3 games, we will still see the guys wanting to maintain, winning. They're working very hard. You can see the commitment in between the wickets. You can see the commitment of the bowlers. You can see when they bowl a bad ball, how they feel. For instance, when you see Hetmeyer today,
it was different.
Got out at 2. So much that sheer commitment, he was able to ask for a replay, and the replay showed that, hey, no, he was not out. It says that the umpires are liable to make mistakes. But looking at the West Indies team as it is now, I don't want to say it is too early to say bravo, but I am saying that
a new commitment.
I can see the commitment,
good,
the passion of these young men. The only thing they are missing the only thing that I think they are missing is the liberation ban on their risk, to show that commitment of the black people. Yes, India, we can say are black, but we look at them at another side of the world. And so the commitment of the Caribbean black people, we need to hold that fort and to fight, and fight so much that even if we do not make it, because today, even if the team did not make it through, I would still be proud of them. I would still feel good. I would be saying the same thing that I'm saying here today.
Okay.
I would only say one thing different was I would have said is, if the team had lost today, I would put all of the blame on Hetmeyer.
Okay, but I find they're showing signs of him. When's the next game? Tuesday? Tuesday. All right. So I'm looking for still in Guyana.
Still in Guyana.
All right. So we're looking for, and the rest would be in Miami.
Yeah, the 2 other games in Miami.
All right. Good. So I'm looking forward to it. I must say I was very proud of the team. I've never really given up on West Indies. He seemed to be in form.
Boy, I don't like to use the word "seems to be in form." I mean, today he had a very good knock. Poran has always been a very good batsman, a very good left-handed batsman. But there are times I think he gets
carried away,
and yes, it is a slogging game, but it's a technical slogging game. It's about being bright. Right now, I'm seeing, I don't know if you have seen it, the 100, there's now called the 100 balls game. I saw it in Australia.
And it's in England too.
And now it's in England. 100 ball
game, yeah, that's a new one.
Which is, I think, 18 overs and 3 balls?
Yeah.
Or 4 balls, 18 overs and 4 balls. It's a really brilliant game. I saw today a game, can't remember the teams, and a team was able to score 204 runs in 100 balls. So that speaks volume.
Well, and right now, what we're seeing now is the amount of money that cricket brings.
Can you imagine a guy scored 73 in 59 balls, scored 50 in 23 balls out of that 100 ball game?
That's interesting.
And I would like to see that come to the West Indies, because in the early days, people like Vivian Richards and Lloyd,
Kalisharan, Kanai,
not much Kalisharan,
Subas,
and that guy from Antigua,
Richardson,
mm-hmm. Brian Lara. Mm-hmm. Those guys would have made some good money.
Good money.
Unfortunately, they left, or the game came into existence
at the wrong time.
I suspected, I've been having that suspicion that they decided to have those games, or those games are already on the list to be played, but they waited when West Indies is in the situation that they are in now
before they
to make that decision. But anyway,
it was a pleasure being with you tonight.
Yes,
and Cecil, I'm looking forward to another one. Well, you hope to have the what you call him, Imani
Shaw.
What's it called? The Kick Man, or
the Kick Man?
Right. We hope to have the Kick Man.
Yes.
He's also the Spice Man, where he makes all the different spices, these medicinal teas. That's the business he runs. So we'll see the Kick Man, the Spice Man.
I know that I'm going to have a very interesting discussion with Imani. One, Imani, I'm sure will tell you that he didn't come from a privileged family. I want to talk to Imani about that. I want to talk to Imani about he in the bush.
As a Rastaman?
As a Rastaman, the life that he lived.
Okay.
The yard, how did the yard that he lived convince him that he should be...
Did he really live in a yard? Well, that's the question we have to ask.
We need to ask and then find out from him the answers.
Take care, Cecil. Have a good night.
Yeah, I just want to say have a good night to you too. And good night to all the folks that are tuned to the Nation Station. Right now, we go right across to BBC. I'm Cecil Joseph, and that's why I say bye-bye.
Lebanese, but have also other backgrounds in our identities.
I'm glad you mentioned identity, because perhaps unsurprisingly, both of you work on the concept of identity. What does identity mean to you, Madonna?
I think I would never have an answer for this. It's something changeable, something that I keep discovering. There are parts of my identity that I'm not at peace with, some parts that I'm still discovering in therapy, and it's a journey, and I'm sure I'm going to keep discovering this throughout my life.
Well, let's talk about your work. I'll start with you, Joanna. Your latest film, Memory Box, is based on a true story, your personal experience of being a teenager in Beirut during the Civil War and corresponding with a friend who lived outside of the country, and you did that through cassette tapes, which is, I think, quite incredible.
Yeah.
So tell me about that.
I have a friend who had to leave Beirut, my closest friend, and we we said to each other, we were like 13, that we will write to each other every day. And we did so. It was during the 80s. I would spend a lot of time in my house, so I would write to her every day and record the tapes. And I would send them to her as soon as someone was leaving, because there was no ordinary mail.
And ask, what was in these tapes? What were you just recording? What was happening?
My life, in a way, everyday life, what's happening, with a lot of details. And I would write a lot. And then we lost contact for more than 25 years. So she had my diaries and my tapes, and I had hers. And when we met again a few years ago, she said, I kept everything. I said, I did the same, and we exchanged. And so I had all those teenage, diaries, and I read them, and there were so many details. And Khalil and me, we have a daughter, and she was 14 at that time, so the same age, and she wanted to read them. And I was like, not sure it's a great idea to make her read, all the stories of her mother. But I had this impression that it would be a very interesting way of transmitting something of what we lived during the Civil War. And